Copenhagen. That was my one attempt at Danish this morning. Welcome to all of you to the third EuroHPC User Days. Now, 3 years ago, we thought we'd do an experiment. We thought we'd try and see if we can organize an event to talk about our users, what they've been doing on our systems, and what they've achieved. 3 years later, this has now become a permanent fixture on the EuroHPC Joint Undertaking events calendar. And we're getting more and more sophisticated, and we're getting a little bit more electric. Can I use that word? When I saw this morning, I was asking David, who is somewhere over there, what are these things? And he said, well, they're like the lights on a supercomputer. Can't you see it? So I want to introduce you to our latest creative concept in supercomputing, the light show. A warm welcome to 300 participants who are here on site. Well, they're coming, I think. I think they're still waking up and having coffee. And welcome to Copenhagen. This is your moment to hear about the user experience that takes place on our systems. It is also the time for users to meet up with us, the joint undertaking, as well as the EuroHPC ecosystem that we've been building over the last 5 years. I am therefore really delighted to see there's been so much interest in this conference, and I hope that the next couple of days you'll be able to learn a lot more about our systems and experience a little bit more about what we do with the systems and the outcomes of our systems. More and more users are accessing our systems, and you'll hear about their research, what they're testing, and thanks to the power of simulation, modeling, and visualization, work out and test their theories, proof of concepts, prototypes, and potentially new technologies, products, and services that are made and built here in Europe. So before we get started, a little bit of housekeeping. You are today in this beautiful building called, otherwise known as the Black Diamond, but officially called the Royal Dutch Library. It's a real library, by the way, guys, and there are real books upstairs if you're interested. And it's one of the city's architectural symbols. Outside the main plenary, during every break, we have the user meet and greet area. Today, you can meet the AI factories and EuroHPC hosting entities. Tomorrow, you'll be able to meet EuroHPC projects out here to support our users and the centers of excellence. The following 2 days, dear user, if you're out there, please make the most of this opportunity to find out more about the different resources that are available to you and help you use our systems better. This year's program also includes 9 parallel sessions across many of the domains that you're working in, from chemical sciences, engineering, AI, of course, and universe sciences, and much, much more. Now beware, some of the parallel sessions are taking place in the second venue that our lovely Danish hosts have secured for us, the Danish Architecture Centers. And for those of you who love Danish design, I recommend it. You'll get to see a lot of the most iconic furniture that's ever been invented or designed. At least I think so. It's also, by the way, in a building opposite. It looks like a Lego-like stacked design, so I think you'll recognize it very easily. This evening, of course, we have a bit of social activity. There will be an evening reception here between 6 and 8 o'clock, so please join us all for that moment. That's enough about housekeeping now. Let's get on with the show. To begin this opening plenary, I'd like to introduce to you Anne-Marie Folktoft, or Anne-Marie, who is the Deputy Director General of a Danish Agency for Higher Education and Science. She's one of our hosts, and I'd like to welcome up to the floor Anne-Marie. You have the floor. Thank you very much.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne-Marie Falktoft, and I'm the Deputy Director General of the Danish Agency for Higher Education and Science, part of the Danish Ministry for Higher Education and Science in Denmark. I am overall responsible for the agency's many tasks related to science and science-based innovation, including national and international research and technology infrastructures, such as the Danish participation to the EuroHPC. There is no doubt that digital infrastructures and digital technologies play an increasingly important role in society today. It is the backbone of Europe's research ecosystem, and we rely on it to advance science, to solve societal challenges, as well as to strengthen our resilience and reduce our dependencies on global competitors. Therefore, I am very happy to be able to open the EuroHPC User Day conference, engaging in the important discussion on how we can advance this field even further with you, the users. EuroHPC plays a significant role for our collective efforts in the EU. Thanks to EuroHPC, researchers, companies, and public organizations now have access to world-leading ecosystems of high-performance computers in Europe. Since the beginning, in 2018, more than 10 EuroHPC supercomputers have become accessible to users, and new AI factories and quantum computers are also well underway, each technology being able to enhance the other in unique ways. The Danish government supports these initiatives and investments in digital infrastructure. The digital infrastructure allows Danish universities, startups, and R&D institutions to collaborate on large-scale scientific projects with European partners. It helps us to upskill our digital workforce, develop HPC expertise, and retain talent in emerging technologies such as quantum and AI. This is important for a small knowledge-based nation like Denmark, and it is important for Europe to collaborate on advancing these fields even further. The impressive computer powers and physical facilities can in itself attract a lot of attention, but they do not have value without a community of users. It is you, the users, that turn raw computing power into real-world impact. It takes a dedicated effort to ensure that all potential users, scientists, companies, and public sector institutions, that they have the necessary opportunity to access the computers, which is why we support open access policies and dedicated access calls. A conference like the EuroHPC User Days is equally important for the network building among people in specific areas. The building of user competencies, use cases, and user communities at national and European level are what is required to move the frontiers of supercomputing. Denmark is very fortunate to recently have benefited from large private investments in the AI supercomputer called Gefion and in the quantum computer called Magna. More than a decade ago, we also established the Danish E-Infrastructure Consortium as a cooperation among all the universities in Denmark. Together, the consortium run a number of supercomputers at the public universities. With the Danish E-Infrastructure Consortium, which you will hear from in a moment, we are able at national level to coordinate and build capacity to support all universities. It allows us to co-invest with the institutions and to set the highest common standard of security policies, ensuring that research and data are processed and stored securely. Through collaborations such as EuroHPC, Denmark is integrated into Europe's digital research infrastructure, together securing access to resources and projects that one country could not undertake alone. With these thoughts and considerations, I want to thank EuroHPC for organizing its User Days in Copenhagen under the Danish presidency of the European Union. It is a pleasure to welcome you all here in Copenhagen, and I hope you will have some very interesting and pleasant days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're really, really happy to be here. I'd like now to welcome on stage Anders Jensen, our Executive Director of the Joint Undertaking. Anders, welcome home.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I've learned from previous dealings that I have to adjust the microphones, otherwise it looks like I'm a bee on television. Anyway, velkommen I den sorte diamant. Velkommen til ordagene. And before anyone reach for the interpretation units, they're not there, so I'll keep it at that, but I felt a need to prove that I am actually Danish. So this is, as already said a number of times, this is our third EuroHPC User Days. This has emerged as a bit of a concept and skunk work within the joint undertaking. We snuck one in by borrowing a room in a commission building 3 years ago, and it has grown from there, and it is now an established event within EuroHPC, which personally I'm really, really happy with, because we needed an event to do exactly this, celebrate the users. Why didn't we do it earlier? Well, we also needed to have some users first, right? So we'll get into that, how we've worked that up. So, of course, let me start by thanking Anne-Marie for her words, and also for, it's all well and good that you thank us for coming to Copenhagen, but I really want to thank you guys for inviting. That's the way it works. Denmark hosts the presidency at the moment, and we are trying to rotate our conferences in where the presidency of the European Council is. And Denmark was kind enough to volunteer this time, so thank you very much for that. Then I also have to say, you thanked us for the organization, but we couldn't have done that without Dike and EuroCC here in Denmark. So they stepped up to the plate and helped us with all of the practical organizations and logistics around this. And without them, this conference would not be what I'm hoping it's going to be. We're still early in it, but let's see if we don't get to something good. So with that, I also want to thank Gitte Julin Kursk, who is the director of the Danish E-Infrastructure Consortium, and we'll hear from her later. As we're speaking about the users, one of the things we're going to be talking quite a bit about over these days is that we've established a user forum, and for that you will get to meet Chris Richardson, who is the chair of our user forum, and you will also meet Luigi Del Dabbio, who is the chair of our Access Resource Committee. And for me, this is really the place where you need to get to know, first of all, these people, but also these two bodies, because they are the ones that really takes on the user role towards EuroHPC. We'll have the user forum where we're looking for feedback from our users about how we're doing, what could we do better, influence maybe how the access policy would evolve. And then we have our resource committee, who's actually not new. They've been helping us from day one. And basically what the role is of that committee is it cannot be Anders who decides who gets access to our supercomputers. This is public infrastructure, and there's quite a rigorous process that we go through in order to decide which projects should get access to this vast infrastructure. And behind the scenes, we engage sometimes up to 120 experts that works with the ARC in order to come to the conclusions of which projects should get access to the infrastructure. And over these days, we want to make sure that everyone understands the process that we go through, but of course also we're very keen on getting feedback on how we can improve. And that comes down to this user forum coordination group, which we actually established back when we met the last time in Amsterdam. We had a call for volunteers, and a number of people presented themselves as wanting to help the joint undertaking establish the user forum. And we have been working with them now to establish this body, which is really looking to be quite an independent body from the JU, a self-organizing body, in order to provide feedback. And I can tell you that there's still room to be part of some of this if there's anyone sitting out there feeling that this could be interesting. But there will be much more talk about that during these days. And let me just see, I covered that. So, coming back to where we are today, we have 370 registrations for this event, which is absolutely fantastic. We're constrained, if we can call it that, by the size of the venue. Now, at the end of the day, that will always be the case. No matter how large a venue we choose, we will always be constrained. If those of you that were in Krakow earlier this year, we were constrained to 1,000 people in that venue, which was also a fantastic event. We're trying to build this one up in a similar way. Let's see when we get to such numbers for the user days. What we're really looking to share with you are the results of what is going on our machines, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. As I like to say, it's really, really cool. I don't think many people in the world have bought as many supercomputers as I have together with my team. But the reason we're doing it is actually not to buy the machines, but to let the users loose on them and get some good science out of it. We started, it is also correct, as Anne-Marie said, the concept of the joint undertaking was started in 2018 by the Commission, and commissions and member states spent a couple of years ironing out the details of how to do this. And for the joint undertaking as such, the memorable day is in 2020 when we became autonomous. So what does that mean? It means that was when we were given a lot of money and the responsibility to actually execute the strategy that had been laid out. There was a very clear strategy laid out in our first regulation to equip Europe with supercomputers of a size that no single country would be able to afford. And I think if you look at what we've managed to achieve, this is a place where the joint undertaking has been extremely successful, because basically the fundamental model is every time the JU spends €1, someone else spends €1. So we're truly joining forces, and again, if we look around, we've managed to set up and give Europe some machines that no single country would have been able to. If we look at LUMI, which Denmark and a number of other countries are part of, well, a number of countries joined forces in the LUMI Consortium, and every euro that these countries put in, well, was matched by €1 from the joint undertaking, and we got the LUMI supercomputer, number 3 in the world when we ranked it the first time. Of course, unfortunately, other people continues to spend, other parts of the world continues to spend, so it is a given you will never rise on the list, you will only drop a little down. But we recently inaugurated Jupiter, Europe's first exascale machine, and again, this is one of those big investments that it's difficult to envisage any single country doing on their own. So I think we've really been successful on that. Now what we need to do is we need to let the users loose on all of this infrastructure, and we've been doing that for the past couple of years. If we reflect back, because basically September 2020, well, that means that September this year was our 5th anniversary. And in the space of these 5 years, we've managed to procure and put into operations 11 supercomputers. And we also, let's not forget, we have quantum computers. So that's the next big thing, and you're going to hear some of that during this conference as well. We have a total of 6 quantum computers that's under contract, well on the way. We have another quantum computer where we've just put out the call for tender on that. And we will have a final 8th one to be installed in Luxembourg, where we're still discussing the technical specifications. But again, the whole aim of putting this infrastructure in place is to allow the users onto them, and so that we can all benefit from the outputs. And remember, just because a supercomputer or a quantum computer is located in a specific country, does not mean you have to be from that country to get access. That's the beauty of the joint undertaking. We still have a growing member base. We'll be adding another country at the next governing board meeting. But all of those countries have access to the joint undertakings access time, and you will also hear a lot more about that from our access team on how to get access. Just to manage expectations, you will not be hearing how to get access to the quantum computers yet. We're still trying to figure that out, okay? but it's in the works. We will, however, we're hoping to, it will be bleeding edge. We're hoping to demo a quantum computer tomorrow, live here on stage. If something goes wrong, be warned. But this is really bleeding edge, and the team from Poznan and as well as from IT for Innovation, they've been working hard to hopefully show you a real live quantum computer running. But it's not just the supercomputers and the quantum computers. We've also supported 57 projects since we became autonomous. So these are our research projects that we've been funding. And then, of course, the last thing we embarked upon was AI factories. So to date, 13 AI factories have been selected. And Vangelis' team is busy getting the procurements for these machines out there. Currently, we're in discussion on 7 of the machines. So it's a lot of work, but we're very keen on providing these AI machines to the user community. Also because hopefully it means that right now a lot of access time is for good reasons being used for AI on the supercomputers. And my hope is that once we get the AI factories up and running, we can balance some of this access a bit more. In the last 5 years, we have granted over 145 million core hours to over 2,300 projects. So that's in reality the science that has so far been produced on the EuroHPC infrastructure, and which is really, really fantastic. What we've also agreed within the JU and also with the governing board is owners is now also, we need to make more fuss about all of these projects, which is why we're having these user days. I mean, we need to make sure that the public understands what good is coming out of this vast investment in infrastructure. But also, we're also here to promote your science. So it can work both ways if we work together. And so you will see over time here that we'll try to do more and more in order to promote the projects that has benefited from access to our machines. And there are some really, really interesting projects in all areas, and we already had a number of good presentations. In Krakow, for instance, we had one session for users because it wasn't the focus of the summit, but we still had some really fantastic presentations, and at this event we will see even more. So this is what we're aiming for. But there are a couple of projects there are 2 projects that deserve specific mentioning here, and we actually have 2 projects that's been nominated for the Gordon Bell Prize. For those of you that are not aware, that's kind of like the Oscars within HPC. It's as big as the honor gets, and just being nominated is a huge honor. And let's see. I mean, these are very good projects, the 2, and they may just. So in 2023 we had the Nico project, but this time here in 25 we have Destination Earth, climate change digital twin, and this is, of course, the Destination Earth program is one of the few programs that enjoys what's called special access to our machines. So it is really, really gratifying to see that the use of the machines ends up being of such importance that it's considered by the Gordon Bell Committee. So in wrapping up here, let me just also. There's, of course, one team within the JU that is extremely important for the users and making all of this happen and pulling all of this together, and that's our peer review team, who works with the users. And please take this opportunity. We're here to get to know you. You are hopefully here to get to know us. We don't bite. Please take the time to engage with the peer review team, and for that matter, with any of the JU staff. We're really happy to help. We will not bite your head off in any way, shape, or form. We want to engage. There is one exception to that, though. If what you come to ask for is, we're very special and we deserve to bypass all processes, then we might actually bite a little. But the fact is, there's a number of, because this is public infrastructure, there are rules in place on how to get access, and we are happy to discuss how we can simplify getting the access, but we're not happy to discuss how someone feels they're so special that the rules don't apply. It's been known to happen. So with that, and two more please before I leave, to all of you, the users, please remember that it's actually an obligation that you, when you do your research, that you acknowledge that you had time from your HPC. That's not because I need the acknowledgement. That's because we need to be able to demonstrate all the good stuff that comes out of the science on the machines. So when we now need to get funding for the next round, it is extremely important that we're able to demonstrate all of this good science. So please take the time to do that. My second plea, we've had a few instances of people getting access to our machines, but then not using it fully. Our machines, as you will see, are fully booked. So the idea that someone gets a large allotment and then does not use it, you're really not being fair to the other users that didn't get access because you got access. Please, when you apply and when you get access, use it. And what we're doing when it doesn't happen is we start monitoring, then we start seeing if we can move things around, then people come back and believe they still have their access. All I can say is if you apply for the access, please be ready to use it when it gets there. With that, I will thank you very much, and I look forward to engaging with all of you over the coming days, and thank you for coming to Copenhagen.
Thank you very much, Anders. So the message is clear. Use it, please. It is now my great pleasure to invite Gita Kusk, Director of the Danish Infrastructure Consortium. Without your organization, we wouldn't be here today, dear Gita, so thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear participants of the EuroHPC User Days, good morning. My name is Gita Kusk, and I am the Director of DIKE. And on behalf of DIKE and EuroHPC Denmark, I am delighted to welcome you to our beautiful capital, Copenhagen, and to this remarkable venue, the Black Diamond. I will talk a little bit about DIKE's role and how we interact with the EuroHPC. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much, to quote the American author Helen Keller. DIKE, Danish Infrastructure Consortium, is a collaboration between Denmark's 8 universities, and our mission is clear. We are to ensure that researchers across all disciplines have access to a coherent, world-class digital infrastructure spanning high-performance computing, data management, quantum technologies, and secure research networks. We operate on principles of transparency, sustainability, and collaboration, and is guided by a national strategy that aligns very closely with the European development. And in this context, our participation in EuroHPC and the collaboration in its projects is a cornerstone in our work. We are proud to be part of the European journey to strengthen the HPC community and promote digital sovereignty in Europe, in close collaboration with our universities and European peers. DIKE is a consortium member of the EuroHPC LUMI, which brings together 11 countries and hosts the supercomputer in Kajaani, Finland. We deeply value our collaboration with our consortium colleagues in the development and use of this world-class infrastructure. We are also proud partners of the LUMI AI Factory, one of EU's first AI factories. This initiative integrates HPC, high-value datasets, and top-tier AI expertise to support cutting-edge research and innovation. Together with our partners, Denmark contributes here to develop a future-ready platform for AI-driven research and industry. We are also part of the LUMI-Q consortium that just inaugurated one of the first quantum computers called VLAC. In addition to the computers, DIKE participates in the Epicure project, a 4-year EuroHPC initiative aimed at enhancing user support across European supercomputing facilities. Epicure goes beyond basic help desk services, offering advanced support in code activation, performance analysis, benchmarking, and optimization. Through this project, DIKE helps build a coordinated European HPC support structure, including training, hackathons, and tools like Container, which was originally developed by DIKE. All of this to improve the accessibility and user-friendliness of the EuroHPC ecosystem. The UCC project, anchored in DIKE, has been highly successful in disseminating the possibilities of HPC to researchers, industry, and public administration, and in promoting the opportunities available through EuroHPC. DIKE also contributes to the development of the EuroFP, the Federation platform. Our contribution is helping ensure that traditional SSH access becomes part of the future platform for accessing the EuroHPC facilities. And finally, since DIKE also hosts the Danish Research and Education Network and connects Denmark to our Nordic collaboration in Nordennet to the European Network Shard, we are also proud to be part of the Hypercon, the provision of ultra-high bandwidth and secure connections to the EuroHPC supercomputing infrastructure, a news that was just announced. Through all of these activities, DIKE is committed to contributing to a sustained, coherent, open, and including infrastructure for the benefit of Danish and European researchers. I hope we can use these EuroHPC User Days to connect and challenge and inspire one another, to find new collaborations and help shape the future of the EuroHPC ecosystem. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. I wish all of us an engaging conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Gitta. Now, moving swiftly onwards, could I ask Chris Richardson to come to the floor? Dr. Chris Richardson. He will tell you a little bit about himself, but just to make the point that he is our chair of the user forum. And Chris, we look forward to hearing about what the user forum coordination group will be doing. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Chris Richardson, and I'm from the University of Cambridge in the UK. And unlike most other people who are speaking this morning, I don't have a multi-million euro budget, and I don't have hundreds of people working for me. I'm just a user like many of you, I suppose, who are here. And so what am I doing down here? The reason I'm here is because I am chair of the EuroHPC User Forum. Now, Anders already gave a very kind introduction about what we're trying to do, but the User Forum basically is all about communication. So, as I see it, there are three real directions of communication which we can engage in. Very often, EuroHPC JU has questions they want to ask the users, and we can be the channel for that to happen. And then ask the users the question and collate the answers and feed them back. So that's one mode of communication. The other mode of communication is where users have some questions that they want to ask to the JU, but they don't have particularly a way to do that, and the user forum is, again, a place where you can start formulating questions and communicate them back to the JU. And thirdly, and actually very importantly, it's a place where users can talk to each other. So if you have a question about a system you're using, or just any kind of query, or just general chat about something that you're about to do with, obviously, EuroHPC, again, the user forum is a place where you can do that. So how to take part? If you're a user, the easiest way to take part is, obviously, when you're here these couple of days, you can talk to me. And I'm not just doing this alone. I've got the whole a group of people, which are the User Forum Coordination Group. There's about 10 of us, and again, we're all just users from different countries and different disciplines, and many of us are here today and tomorrow, so you can come and talk to us. But the other way to do it, obviously these days, is to do things online, and we do have a Slack channel, which you can join. We already have 300 members, and hopefully there will be some QR codes out in the coffee area, so you can click on, take a picture of those and join the Slack channel. Now I have to say that although we've got 300 members, there's not a lot of conversations going on. So it's the onus, to some extent, I'm here to be your representative of the users, but unless I get some information coming to me, or unless some conversations are going on, we can't pass much back to EuroHPC JU. So it's really also the onus is on you to actually be part of the conversation. Yeah, so I don't have any notes, so I'm probably not going to take up the full 10 minutes by any means. What I would like to say is we do have a session tomorrow morning as well, where you have the opportunity to meet more of us, and I will give a fuller presentation about what the user forum is trying to do. And there will be some panel discussions which you are able to ask questions to. So if you've got any questions you would like to ask about the way the user forum is set up in terms of governance, or general user experience, or other questions, get those together, and you can ask them on the Slack channel if you join that, or you can save them up, and there will be a system available for you to ask those questions tomorrow morning. So with that, I'm going to end there. I would just like also to say we've had a lot of administrative support from staff at EuroHPC JU, so I'd particularly like to thank Lilith and Joe and Eleanor, who've helped us a lot with admin and so on. So yeah, hopefully see a lot of you tomorrow morning when we have our user forum session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And we'll definitely try and make sure that the QR codes are available around the venue. But if you would like more information, you can't find Chris, please come and see me or Eleanor or Lilith as well. I'm sure she'd be happy to, we're all happy to help guide you towards to meet the different members of the user forum. So last but not least, in this opening session, I'd like to invite, oh, he's already there. There you go. Very fast. Dr. Luigi Del Dabbio, he's the chair of our Access Resource Committee, to talk a little bit about ARC and what you do there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joe, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I guess I'm here as the chair of the resource allocation, which means that I get to see all the proposals that are submitted and all the systems on which these proposals are then awarded. So this covers all the extreme and regular calls. It's a lot of work, but it's also very interesting work. It gives me a sort of fascinating and sort of unique overview of everything that happens in EuroHPC. So, I actually get to see what these machines actually achieve, and that is quite exciting, quite amazing. Everything is peer-reviewed. Okay, every single project is peer-reviewed. We will discuss the process in more detail later today. So if you want to know more about the details of the peer review process, please join the session later this morning, and feel free to ask questions. That's why we are here. Okay. So actually, probably many of you have been involved in peer reviewing projects. So this is my opportunity to thank all of you. Your work is greatly appreciated. And I should also thank the EuroHPC admin support, the amount of work that goes on sort of behind the scenes to make sure that we can deliver every single call is actually quite impressive. Remember that every project is reviewed by external reviewers, is reviewed by 2 rapporteurs, and is discussed individually at the panel meeting. So that's the amount of effort that goes into the selection of the projects. Anders mentioned this is our 5th anniversary, so over the last 5 years, I've seen EuroHPC growing into a really sort of amazing ecosystem. We support all sorts of area, fundamental research, climate, fusion, engineering, materials, you name it. As Anne-Marie mentioned, this has become the backbone of scientific and industrial activity in Europe. Anders mentioned the number of hours that we have awarded. I don't remember that number, but it's many millions. This is a lot of resources. These are very expensive resources, actually. If you try to buy the same amount of resources from a cloud provider, it will cost you millions of euros. Okay, so a big allocation on a EuroHPC system is actually similar to an ERC in terms of investment. And these are investments that have produced an amazing return. We do have a lot of results to be proud of. And again, let me echo what Anders just said. Please remember to acknowledge the resources, and please try to use them as much as possible and as efficiently as possible. To add some stick to the carrot, we will start monitoring actually both acknowledgements and usage, and this will feed into the allocation process. Just one word about using resources efficiently. This is something that is part of the review process. We now have a lot of systems across Europe. It's a very heterogeneous ecosystem, and that comes with challenges, of course. Having software that can run effectively on a variety of hardware is actually a real challenge. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to actually add maybe a slightly new perspective to our discussions. People are extremely important, right? To be able to run efficiently on heterogeneous systems, you need a constant effort on developing, maintaining, and distributing software. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. This happens because of people that work on these tasks. So I think it's important for us to realize that EuroHPC is not just machines. It's not just metal in an air-conditioned room. It's also about people. So we want to foster diversity. We want to foster career path. We want to make sure we can keep these people, we can train these people, and we can keep these people. So I think this is something important that we should always keep in mind. So a lot of challenges, a lot of excitement. Your input, your time is greatly appreciated. I will be around all of today, so I'll be very happy to talk to anyone who wants to know more about it. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Luigi, and it's great to have you as part of our advisory groups, which make up, so now we have the ARC, the User Forum Coordination Group, as well as, of course, REAG and INFRAG. And I know there are colleagues from REAG and INFRAG in the audience as well. And thank you for that those very useful advice, particularly about acknowledging the resources that use. That's something I'm particularly keen about, so thank you. This closes the official part of the opening session. For those of you who went to Krakow colleagues provided these. Remember these? And the good news is that in Denmark we also have apples. So with this apple, I would like to formally close the opening session of our meeting. And I'm going to put the apple here so that the photographers can photograph it. No, where shall I put it? There. Can I put it here? So photographers can enjoy photographing it throughout the session. That's my little joke, but just bear with me. You've heard about the infrastructure that we've been investing in for the last 5 years. I'd like to now invite Vangelis up here, who's now going to give you all an update on where we are with the investments we're making on the EuroHPC infrastructure. I think we all think it'd be useful for everybody to know what is now available in terms of resources and what is also coming online, hopefully very soon. So Vangelis, thank you for joining us, and you have the floor.
And there is a presentation that goes along with mine. Otherwise, it's going to be very boring. Yep, there should be one. I can go ahead and talk. There you go. So, actually, I don't say anything anyway. This morning, I would like to take you on a ride on the fast-paced and exciting world of EuroHPC infrastructure. I know you think I'm kidding, but I will prove you wrong. So usually I start this presentation with a rather boring map of Europe and how many supercomputers we have in Europe. So this year I will start exactly the same way. So these are all the systems actually that either installed or are under installation or plan to be installed soon as part of the initial programs of exascale, pre-exascale, petascale, and mid-range systems. So far we are relying on these 8 systems coming from the pre-exascale and petascale calls. You've seen them, you know them. It's Lumi, Leonardo, Mare Nostrum 5, our pre-exascale systems, and then Deucalion, Meluxina, Carolina, Vega, and Discover. So these are remain the same. These are the systems that so far are offering resources through our access calls. The news there that a couple of them have been upgraded. The system in Bulgaria have recently been upgraded with a small partition with GPUs and some additional storage. And also Lisa is the upgrade of Leonardo, is bringing a significant upgrade, a significant sized partition aimed for AI workloads in Leonardo. And this should become online pretty soon by the end of this year. Then, as you know, we recently inaugurated Jupiter, our first exascale system. This will be the first exascale system in Europe. Currently lies in number 4 in the world. So it has been inaugurated. It's not in production yet. It's in the phase of the stabilization, let's say. It's a big system. There are around 6,000 nodes that need to work together, a little less than 24,000 GPUs. So putting all this to play together to run LINPACK, it's not an easy feat, but we plan to do that within October and to announce the results and to be able to announce the exascale in supercomputing in November. Until then, it's in an early access program. Some applications have already gained access and have already delivered some significant results. It has been part of our recent extreme scale call, so already we have selected a few applications that will start using the system immediately when it becomes operational, and I'm sure many users are looking forward for that. And then moving to the next exascale system, the next one coming, Alice Recoq in France. So this is in the last stages of tendering. We have received the tenders from the candidates. We are currently evaluating. Here, our plan is to announce the results and the award decision, the winning tender, again in supercomputing in US in November. I think what is interesting in this, it's a very exciting system, I can tell you already. It's different than the rest. As we have promised, that it was mandated in our regulation, it will have significant European footprint. So really looking forward to start also with the installation of the system. And then right now we have the mid-range program ongoing. 2 systems are being installed. Daedalus in Greece and Arrhenius in Sweden. And we have back on map Caspir in Ireland and Levente in Hungary. These 2 procurements are under preparation. We hope they will start by the end of this year. So if we try to summarize a bit some numbers, right now we have 8 systems operational offering 21 partitions. In terms of performance, we are around 900 petaflops, but soon this will be upgraded to around 2 exaflops with the addition of Jupyter, of course, and the 2 systems are Arrhenius and Daedalus. And in terms of GPUs, because I understand this is a fun metric that people like to use this day to assess how strong an infrastructure is, especially in terms for supporting AI workloads. Right now we have around 30,000 GPUs, a mixture of NVIDIA and AMD architectures. But 27,000 more GPUs will be coming with the addition of these 3 systems that I told you, that all of them will be NVIDIA GH200, the latest iteration of superchips. In terms of budget, and here I'm talking only about CapEx, only acquisition, money that we spend to buy hardware and the maintenance services. So in summary, the pre-exascale and petascale program has costed overall around €500 million, for which we have contributed €240,000. The exascale program will totally cost a little bit more than €500 million, and there we are contributing with 50% of the money. And the mid-range and upgrades program that we contribute with 35%, it's the smallest of the rest. There we have a total budget of 153 million, and we're contributing with 53.6 million euro. If we put all the numbers together, you will realize that we are already around 1.3 billion euro initiative, with almost half of the money coming from the European Union. And what is the impact? The impact is the actual usage, the science that takes place in the systems. Luigi, this is the number of node hours we have allocated so far. This is from our access code. These 145 million node hours are coming from the peer review process, which have been awarded to 2,334 projects. And we don't count the strategic allocations, which are 10% of the resources. These have been awarded to Destination Earth, one of our flagship applications, and the winners of the AI Boost competition, which is aiming for training large-scale LLMs in Europe. Now, moving to the other pillars that have been mandated from the initial regulation. One of them was hyperconnectivity. So the purpose was to advance, to enhance, to empower the connectivity between our supercomputing centers, reaching to terabit levels of connectivity. In this way, to enable use cases across Europe that require access to fast lanes, to low latency, to enable the kind of applications that rely really on transfer of bulk amount of data between sites. So for this one, I'm happy to announce you that a few days ago we signed a contract with Janj for 48 months, 4-year contract, total budget around 60 million. The purpose is to install, to provide this terabit service across Europe with advanced SLAs, quality of services over the network. The tender for this procurement was a result, the specs of a study that took place before, in which we identified not just these sites that you see on the maps, not just the supercomputing centers, but overall 222 points of interest. And these are the supercomputing centers with additional facilities, areas where the data are residing, user community data, or overall places where processing will take place, and they require quick access and quick transfer between the EuroHPC sites. So the project will start already in 2026, which is what we call the high-level design and the hyperconnectivity service area. Essentially, these points of interest have been ranked in terms of priority. So we will start with priority 1 and 2, and progressively from 2026 to 2029, all the other points of interest will be connected together by 2029, really to have this hyperconnectivity area all across Europe. Another important, oops, okay, the animation here didn't work so well. I don't know why. There's a glitch. Another important, and the last really pillar for infrastructure is federation. And here also, I'm happy to announce you that we have concluded a contract with a consortium led by CSE that will deploy federated services across Europe. What is federation? Essentially bringing all our supercomputers together, providing a unified access to users, offering possibility, for example, to log into all our systems with the same credentials, to manage your projects, your allocations from a single portal. What we try to usually say, the one-stop shop, which maybe has been overused as a term. Here it's really a one-stop shop, so there will be one site, you will log in, and from there you should be able to see your applications, your allocations, able to transfer data among sites. So very ambitious program, very important, of course, uniting all the systems together. This is a 20 million euro project, aimed to last for 5 years. Here the challenge is not only implementing these technologies that many times we have tried in the past to do it, but this time really we are aiming to be successful. I think here the challenge is to bridge the different cultures between hosting entities, supercomputing centers. They have their own software stack, their own philosophy of doing things. Now, pushing them to install specific software and try to open their systems in order to integrate with others is not an easy fit. But again, I mean, we think we are providing the necessary incentives, and the outcome, the benefits for the user are going to be really significant. Here it's under development, the middleware right now, starting to be deployed from beginning of 2026. First integrating the core systems, the big supercomputers, and then moving by the end of 2026 with additional the AI factories that will come available, even quantum computers, as well additional infrastructures like Phoenix, Simple, and EOSC. Now, if we move on also to the quantum computers, this is not part of my team, just I don't want to take away the glory from Daniel Opalka and his team that actually are working on other procurements of quantum. I think, but I'd like to underline that a significant work has taken place to procure a large number of quantum systems, which are now either being installed or already inaugurated. 2 systems have been inaugurated from in the PiastQ in Poznan, and recently the VLQ in Ostrava. 94 innovations. The significance of this project this program is that we will provide early access to European users to technologies that are in an ascent, they are experimental. These systems are procured from European companies, so we are boosting European industry here. And as you will see, they rely on different technologies. So our users will get to try different physics and to figure out in the end what is the one that probably will prevail and will be the best one for computation. And for me, the announcement here is that we're preparing already to announce access calls for quantum systems. We're still trying to figure out exactly what we're going to provide. It's not going to be node hours, core hours, of course. Probably we'll start with something simple, just get access and start playing around, start trying to program these systems to see the outcome, to be simple in the end. And as the hordes of users will start gathering, then we will decide on the more strict rules on how to do this. And this should also be coming soon. Now, one would say, look in the initial regulation, but with all this, it should be mission accomplished for us, and we could go home and relax a bit. But no, we had other plans. You know about AI factories. So this is the program that started last autumn, essentially, with the first call for expression of interest for the establishment of AI factories in Europe. We selected back then 7 AI factories to initiate the program. Second call came with the addition of 6 more. So right now we have 13 centers that are part of the program, are funded for developing AI support services, increasing talent, and also providing resources, computing resources for AI applications. There is one more cutoff that has been evaluated, and the results have been just pushed to our governing board. So there will be a decision on the next governing board meeting on the 8th and 9th of October. So this number 13 will be increased soon to a number that you will find out in a couple of weeks. And also we recently completed the evaluation of the AI factories antenna call, which essentially completed the whole picture. All these countries that didn't have opportunity to participate as member of a core AI factory were given the opportunity in a second round to connect with existing AI factories, to commit in working together, and essentially covering all EuroHPC participating states with possibility to provide AI factory services. And this also, the ranking list, the results of this evaluation will be announced in a couple of weeks after the governing board meeting. Of course, these factories are coming with AI-optimized systems. Right now, we have 5 procurements running. Already, we are evaluating the results of the procurement for the Mare Nostrum 5 upgrade with AI capabilities. We are finalizing procurements, the dialogues for Hammer High and Meluxina AI procurements, the 2 systems in Luxembourg and Germany. Ongoing are the dialogues for Mimer, and we will start soon the dialogue process for Lumi AI. So quite busy, and more are coming. Some of these AI factories are already operational, providing service from existing systems. And in order, already to get going. And most of the new systems are expected to come online from summer 2026, and more procurements to start with the new factories by next year, beginning of next year, as we finalize the total list of AI factories to come. A quick preview. This is the less fancy, the most geeky slides that I had to come up. What these systems are going to look like. So they're going to focus on AI and to satisfy AI workloads. This means that in terms of precision, we're talking about FP32, FP16, even FP8 performance. LeanPack is not the main benchmark anymore. We're not focusing on listing the systems in top 500 We're focusing on actual AI workloads and on benchmarks like MLPerf. These GPUs, you will see them that will be tightly connected with very specialized node-level interconnect, like NVLink, UALink, Infinity Fabric, depending on the vendor. In terms of fabric, very dense, of course, architecture, tree architectures, but also moving away from the traditional InfiniBand, you will see a lot of Ethernet. Why is that? Because Ethernet is very flexible with software, and you can provide many services over Ethernet that are necessary for AI workloads, for AI users. This means also that you will see a richer software stack, a richer software layer, software that aims to enable things like multi-tenancy, MLOps, supporting the whole life cycle of AI model training, preparation, fine-tuning, post-processing, inference. This will be there, available to end users. Multi-tenancy is another key word here. Users will get the impression that they are the only ones using the system. There will be isolation in terms of compute, storage, network, really then providing cloud-like services, departing away from traditional ways of offering resources through SLARM, through queues. And what we can certainly ensure is that this system will be diverse. It's not going to be one architecture and one vendor providing all resources. It will be diversity also depending on the industry domains that its AI factory is aiming to support. And why? Well, you say we're now pretty busy with the AI factories, then why stay there and why not think bigger and go even larger, Giga? And probably you also have heard about our Gigafactories initiative that has just started. So what is a Gigafactory? Essentially an AI factory, but much, much larger. How much larger? We're talking about hundreds of thousands of GPUs. I think the giga is coming from the idea that you need a gigawatt of power in order to power all these things. Here, nothing really to announce yet. In the summer, we ran this call of expression of interest, of ideas, as I'd like to call it, which has been, the feedback has been really enormous. We received more than 70 response on that. Not all of them concrete, and some of them were just a very good idea. When you do it, we will come to use it. Or these are our technology, when you start procuring, we'll be here to offer you. But there are a few really concrete proposals. And I think for me at least, this will be mostly industry private funding process, departing from how we've been doing things so far, from selecting AI factories and doing the procurements ourselves. Here, the private sector will be the one that will be holding the helm and really leading the choices. For us, here we are in a waiting process. The results of this expression of interest are being processed now back from in the commission, actually. We are waiting for an update of our regulation, amendment of our regulation, which will include now gigafactories as yet another pillar for implementation, and will also define what will be our role, what will be the overall budget, and how exactly this is expected to be implemented. And I'm sure this will be also the subject of my next year presentation. So until then, thank you, and have a very successful and interesting user forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vangelis. Yeah, exciting times at the JU. We're not bored, put it that way. We're definitely not bored. Okay, on this point, it's now 10 past 11, or 11 past 10, 10, never mind. It's coffee time. And I need coffee. We re-adjourn in here at 11 o'clock for the next session, which will be on access, support, and services. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoy the coffee break. Did you get a chance to visit and stop by the user meet and greets? Because this is really the place to be today if you want to connect with our AI factories or with our EuroHPC hosting entities. So make sure to bring your question, being specific, technical, or just out of curiosity. Tomorrow, the spotlight in this meet and greets area will be on EuroHPC funded project with projects like Castiel, but also Epicure, and also our Center of Excellence. So really take this opportunity to interact with them. They are really ready to answer all of your questions. And we are now back for a hands-on plenary focusing on access and user support services. We will first hear from EuroHPC Joint Undertaking and its Access Resource Committee. They will explain you how you can access EuroHPC supercomputers. Then we will move to the second part of our discussion with 4 projects where we will dive into EuroHPC support services. So this is the program of this plenary, and I am now happy to welcome Klara Mestrovic, Head of Sector Peer Review at EuroHPC Joint Undertaking. She will present the different EuroHPC access modes so you can access our supercomputers.
Hello, thank you. Okay, good. This is my presentation. So, welcome everyone. My name is Klara Mestrovic, and I will present the EuroHPC access modes. Let's see. Okay, good. So I like to start with putting some perspective in EuroHPC and how we provide access. So the first thing to mention is what was already mentioned today. We procure this world-class infrastructure, supercomputers, quantum computers, and now AI factories. And why we do this is precisely to provide access to the users. How we do this is via different access modes. And in order to ensure that this process is fair and transparent, we have implemented different peer review processes per access mode. Considering there were different demands happening in the last years, especially referring to the AI community, we now have established 8 access modes. So, divided by access modes for traditional HPC applications and access modes for artificial intelligence applications. I will say a little bit more about all of them. For traditional HPC access modes, we have 4 access modes here, 2 for preparatory activities, so we have benchmark and development. In case of benchmark, this is intended for code scalability tests. There are fixed allocations that can be get through these access modes. The response time is super fast, so after the cutoff date, usually you will get access within 2 weeks. And in case of benchmark, so here you can get a little bit more resources. They're also fixed per application, per different machine, and the response time is also super fast, so 2 weeks after the cutoff date. The duration, however, is slightly different. So for benchmark access, considering it's intended for code scalability tests, it's up to 3 months, and in case of development, this is from 6 to 12 months. One disclaimer, so here we put the ranges of what you can get. Of course, this is for purpose of saving time in this presentation, so definitely do check our website to see what type of resources you can get for every access mode. And so coming back to this, in preparatory access activities, you can, these access modes are based exclusively on technical feasibility. And then we have 2 access modes, extreme scale access and regular access, that are intended for very large allocations, and in case of extreme scale, for extremely large allocations. In both cases, we have allocations lasting for 12 months, very extensive peer review process. In case of extreme scale, this is 6 months, and in case of regular access, this is 4 months. As you can see, the level of resources is increasingly larger than for access modes for preparatory activities. And as you may have guessed it, so these are also based on technical feasibility, which is super important, but also we have evaluation criteria that is being evaluated, as Luigi previously mentioned. So a little bit about this criteria. So we have 3 criteriums that are evaluated throughout different stages of the process, which are excellence, innovation, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation. What is important to say, for example, let's take extreme scale access. So these 3 criteriums are graded by 3 scientific reviewers, then by 2 rapporteurs in their individual reports, then by the lead rapporteur in their consolidated report, and then again ranked together during the Access Research Committee meetings. So it's basically these 3 criteria are evaluated many, many times through the process. So as mentioned, many different reviewers assess these proposals. So within scientific experts, we count our dear Access Resource Committee, and of course the external referees that help us evaluate these. And of course, to mention, the technical experts from our hosting entities are evaluating the technical feasibility of these proposals. For the upcoming cutoffs, benchmark and development, they are continuously open. We have monthly cutoff dates, so no rush there. For extreme scale access, we have a new cutoff date now on 27th of October. And regular access, since we had a cutoff in September, early September, we will have the next one only in March 2026, and the exact date is to be decided because we need to plan all the access calls and resources and so on for 2026. Coming back to our access modes, and now we focus on the ones for artificial intelligence. The first one here, we have the AI for Science and Collaborative EU Projects Access. So you might have remembered the previous AI and data-intensive applications access call. So this is basically the same call. The process is pretty much the same. There are little changes, and basically this call is intended for AI applications doing scientific research. The duration of allocations is 6 months. You can get up to 90,000 node hours here, and the process is quite fast. So 1 month after the cutoff date, you will get the results. And then we have something completely new. From this April, we have established 3 access modes for industrial innovation. So these are focused completely on industry applications, starting with the large-scale access, where you can get larger amounts of resources. The allocations can be from 3, 6, or 12 months, so this is up for the applicants to decide, and the allocations are above 50,000 GPU hours in this case. The process duration is super fast in this case, so we have 2 cutoffs per month, meaning that the response time is 2 weeks after the cutoff date. You will get access. These 2 calls are based on technical feasibility and as well the evaluation criteria, because we're speaking about larger amounts of resources. And then we have the playground access and fast lane access, which are more on the line of the preparatory activities for industry, meaning playground access is more for entry-level users, and you can get like a fixed allocation of 5,000 GPU hours. The response time, 2 working days, very fast. And fast lane access 4 working days, also super fast. And this is more for people that are already familiar with HPC environments, and you can get from 10,000 to 50,000 GPU hours. In this case, as you may have guessed it, these 2 calls are just based on technical feasibility. On the evaluation criteria regarding the AI for Science and large-scale access calls, the AI for Science one, we have exactly the same criteria, but the process is more lightweight, so it's evaluated only once in the same criteria. And for large-scale access, we have innovation and impact as criteria. This is evaluated by AI experts that are part of our panels, the technical experts that evaluate the technical feasibility, and industry innovation group experts, which are basically experts in AI established per AI factory. So they evaluate and rank the proposals within the proposals submitted to their AI factory. The upcoming cut-off dates, so playground and fast lane access, these are continuously open. There are even no cut-off dates in this case. So it's on rolling basis. Large-scale access, we have the cutoff now in 15th of October, and AA for science, we have 24th of October. So October is a very busy month, if you can see. Okay, so this was like a brief introduction on the calls, and now who can actually apply to these access modes. Before I go into the criteria here, I want to say that we are open to all fields of research, and all types of organizations can apply. But what we cannot compromise on is what I will mention now. The first thing to mention is, and the most important one to mention, is the organization country. So how we look at the things is basically which programs have funded the infrastructure. These countries can have access to these machines. This is where it gets slightly complicated, not too much, but a little bit. So if your organization is listed in the Horizon 2020 countries, you can apply to our petascale systems and pre-exascale systems. In case if you want to apply to Jupiter, you can also be from Horizon Europe. These lists are not really that different. There are some additional countries in the Horizon Europe list. And the upcoming infrastructure, Horizon Europe countries apply. This is applicable to both principal investigator and team members. Please keep in mind this. Then the second part that is important to mention is the organization type. So basically in cases where we have access modes exclusively for industry, of course the project lead has to be from industry, so this is solely for the principal investigator or project lead. Or in case of specific access tracks in extreme scale regular access where we have industry access track or public administration access track where the principal investigator needs to be from these affiliations, these types of affiliations. So some advice coming from our side. Definitely do check our website for updates. We update, we put news there every year, especially when we launch the new calls. There may be some slight changes. Also templates can be updated, so do keep an eye. Eligibility, now just mentioned. Do keep in mind that we check this. All proposals are screened for this. Then, remove instructions. This may sound a bit strange, but believe me, it makes sense. So, in proposals, in calls where we have a specific project PDF that you need to submit, so in the template there are instructions. Many people do not remove them, even though in the instructions we say remove instructions. So this damages the length of the document. It doesn't really give a good feel of the document, so do remove the instructions. And also very important to mention in the same line is to fill in all the sections and subsections of the document. Then code testing, an important one. Please provide your code and scalability test results in the project scope and plan, as well in online forms. We do accept tests from similar architectures, but of course it is good to have tests from the machine that you're actually applying to. Then ARC feedback, please do take it into consideration. The committee does a lot to provide you this feedback, and especially in case the proposal was rejected, so they really provide constructive feedback for improvements for resubmissions. Then homogeneous usage, this was mentioned today in a way to use the resources that you have been allocated, and also here we would like to emphasize on trying to use them in a homogeneous way. We understand that this may not always be possible, but we would like to emphasize it that it will be really helpful to do so. I don't see the next one. Okay, communication. Okay, communication, of course, with the hosting entities, with us, it's very important. It's a good part of the... It's good to have in mind that you can always reach out. We will do our best to reply to you on time. Do highlight any issues that you may be experiencing while preparing your proposals or during the allocation process and so on. And final report, yes, this as well on the line of acknowledging EuroHPC that was already mentioned today. Please do submit the final reports on time. This is 3 months after the end allocation date, and this is usually open in the submission portal by default when you get awarded. So the step is open, you can always submit this. And support services, do use the support services. You will have this panel mentioning this later in the plenary. They do wonderful work, and I would like to encourage you to use their services. And I would like to finish with 2 slides on statistics. So these numbers were already mentioned today, but maybe they were not broken down by access mode. So here we can see the total of the 334 projects that were awarded through different access modes, and as well the node hours that were allocated to each of these calls. Of course, this will change next year. This will be, again, very different because there are some very new access modes implemented very earlier this year. So these numbers will increase. And I would like to maybe point out that we have the same numbers when we look at them as shares. So you will see here the number of proposals that clearly benchmark and development access are dominating. But then when you look at the resources that are allocated, actually with less proposals we allocate more resources to extreme scale and regular access, of course, because their nature is such. So to conclude this slide, we awarded over 2,000 projects, and we have awarded over 144 million node hours. And the last statistic slide is on the countries. So this is summarizing all countries from principal investigators and projects leads submitted in all access modes. So from beginning of 2022 until September 2025. There are 40 countries taken into consideration in this slide. And it basically presents the comparison between the submitted and awarded projects. If we look at the shares, so top 3, let's say, Italy with 17%, Germany with 10%, and Spain with 8% of total awarded projects. So this is it from my side. So thank you, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone, like my team, the JU, the users, of course, our Access Resource Committee, hosting entities, our evaluators, and of course our projects. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clara. Let's now welcome Luigi Del Debbio. He is the chair of EuroHPC Access Resource Committee, and he will share with you the essentials, do's and don'ts to help you prepare the best possible application for access time on EuroHPC supercomputer. So just to remind everyone that I think Anders and Clara mentioned it several times, so the Access Resource Committee is a scientific committee evaluating all your proposals for the different access modes. So let's hear more.
Okay, good morning again. So I'm supposed to share some advice on how to apply for computer time in EuroHPC. Basically, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to share a number of anecdotes, things that happened, things that we've seen over the last few years, and hopefully you'll be able to extract some useful information out of that. Is this? Yeah. Okay, so first of all, how does the resource allocation work? So we have a single panel across all domains, and we're looking for 1-year applications. And this is a model that we've been adopting since the very beginning. It's a model that I think is extremely successful, and it really raises the bar for all domains. So having a single panel judging all the proposals is actually good for everybody. We've seen proposals in all domains improve. Part of the improvement comes from the frequency of the calls. You can apply twice per year, both for the extreme scale and the regular access, which means that in case your proposal is rejected, you have the opportunity to reapply very, very quickly. You can take feedback into account and reapply within the same year. And that as well has been a very effective way of improving the quality of the applications. Of course, this is very expensive in terms of human resources. So again, thank you to everybody. Thank you if you have acted as external reviewers. As Clara mentioned, every proposal goes to external reviewers. So every proposal is going to be read by an expert in your area. It is then evaluated by 2 rapporteurs within the ARC, within the Access Resource Committee. And then all the proposals are discussed at a meeting of the ARC, so where all the members of the panel come together and we discuss every single proposal. So the technical details will be understood by the external reviewers, by the experts in your field, but then there has to be enough information in the proposal so that it can actually be appreciated and evaluated by the members of the panel, and they may or may not be directly in your area. We try to cover all subjects, of course, but we cannot cover every single proposal. Okay, so this is just a timeline of the deadlines over a year. I'm not going to go through any of the individual items on this slide. The only reason I'm showing this is to give you an idea of how busy the peer review team is. It's a continuous job, so please stick to the rules. When Clara asks you to fill all the fields, to delete the instructions, please do it, simply because there is a lot of work, right? And if you can make our life easy, we can spend more time actually evaluating the science. Okay, the peer review team receives a huge number of applications all the time. They're sent to reviewers, the reviewers reply, sometimes they don't. We have to collect all this information, we have to do individual reports, we have to do consolidated reports. So make sure that your application is as effective as possible. Having to skip the instructions becomes very painful when you have to look at 50, 60 applications, okay? So please take that seriously. Okay, so again, peer review is hard. It takes a lot of work, but I still believe that it is the only way to actually evaluate proposals. And because these are large proposals, I mean, these are expensive proposals, I think we need to do the best job we can. So what do we expect? What do we expect in a good proposal? And I'm just going to go through these one by one, and then if you have questions, I'm very happy to take questions at the end or offline. So first of all, a good proposal needs to have solid motivations and possibly take you beyond the state of the art. Okay? Ambitious goal. Do you really need extreme scale resources? Can you do the same sort of work using a regular call? This has to be clearly sort of stated in the proposal, right? You cannot expect the Access Committee to go and do some research on your research. This kind of information has to jump out when somebody reads the proposal. It has to be super clear. Performance software. Again, especially for extreme call, is your software scaling? Is your software running efficiently? I mean, scaling is obviously not the only measure. Okay, a piece of code that does absolutely nothing scales perfectly. So do benchmark your production code and benchmark it on the actual machine that you are going to use. Okay, this is extremely important, especially when it comes to allocating the resources, not just judging the science, but actually allocating the resources. And make sure that your requests are justified by scientific milestones. Okay? Very often we see a disconnect between the scientific goals and the amount of node hours that are actually requested. I mean, the amount of computer time needs to match the milestones. Okay? And this needs to be in the application. As I said, there is no time to do some independent research into what you're doing. Okay? If this is not clear in the application, it will be sort of less effective. Okay? And it has to be clear for the external reviewers. Remember, they are experts, but it also has to be clear for a majority of the panel members, and those may not be experts in your field. Okay, we try to give clear guidance on the criteria, so please follow the instructions. Okay, make sure that you answer every question. Benchmark, as I said, using your production code. We do revise our criteria all the time, so feedback from you is welcome. We will take it into account. We will try to communicate any changes as quickly as we can. Keep an eye on the website. Okay. Yeah, and do not hesitate to contact myself or the peer review office if you have any queries during the process, after the process. We do send feedback to all the applicants. Take that into account. Okay? And we will do the same. We will take into account any feedback that you send us. Again, the resource allocation is an exercise in managing insufficient resources. I would love to allocate all the projects. Well, maybe not. I would only want to allocate the good ones. Okay? So make sure you make your case as clear as possible. If you are rejected, that's fine. I mean, it's a lot of there are a lot of requests. You can reapply very quickly, and projects do improve. If you link your request to the milestones, it's easier for us to allocate the right amount of resources when we need to cut. Okay, because we do need to cut some of the projects. Okay, as I said earlier, each of these allocation is multi-million euros. So we have a really fantastic resource. We need to make the best use of it. And I'm going to take a little bit of extra time, Pauline, just to emphasize the importance of the final report. I mean, Clara mentioned the final report. Please submit the final report. We will start monitoring this more carefully. And I say monitoring, it doesn't mean penalizing, right? It's just monitoring. It's important that we are able to quantify how much time you can use, why you can use it or why you cannot use it. So do file the report and explain what happened. If you had problems, write it down, explain it. It's extremely important. Projects that work well are important. Projects that didn't work well are equally important because we can learn from them. Okay, so it's not about penalizing. It's really about understanding what's going on. Okay. So at this point, I think I am done. I just need to thank all my partners in crime So the peer review office, they do a fantastic job, and I wouldn't survive without them. It would not be possible to allocate any of these projects. So Clara and the team, thank you very much once again.
Thanks, Luigi. So let's now move on to the second part of our plenary. So as you know, EuroHPC Joint Undertaking is not only providing world-class supercomputers, we are also making sure that they can be accessible by a broad range of users and also to develop the key skills to make this possible. This is why EuroHPC Joint Undertaking is distributing and allocating research grants to fund some projects. And today, with us, 4 of them are represented here. We have Castiel, FF+, Minerva, and Epicure. So all of you are supporting our users. You focus maybe on different tools, maybe different approaches. Some of you focus on specific audiences or community, and sometimes different type of level expertise. So let's now hear from them so you can understand how you can move your project to the next level thanks to them. And we will start with Castiel and Natalie Lewandowski. So Castiel is building bridges across national competence centers, right, to strengthen collaboration and support users all over Europe. So tell us more about Castiel.
Okay, so Castiel 2 is actually kind of an umbrella project comprising national competence centers in HPC and also centers of excellence in HPC. So we are altogether 33 national competence centers and 14 centers of excellence in HPC applications at the moment. And both groups of projects can help users to advance their projects and also to use the EuroHPC supercomputers, for instance. So what services do the national competence centers offer? So first of all, very importantly, every NCC is located in a country in Europe. So every country participating in our group of projects has their own national competence centers, and they can advise you in HPC, HPDA, and also AI. There is a little asterisk next to AI, since we are slowly moving the AI component of the support services towards the AI factories, which are just coming up. All user groups are welcome. We do have a focus on industry user groups, but we also provide support to academia and to public administration. And the NCCs established in the countries that take part in our project are single points of contact for HPC and all associated technologies as well. So what kinds of services do we offer for users? First of all, the NCCs provide training and expertise. So we have hands-on training courses and workshops that are organized locally by the NCCs in our own country, oftentimes also in the national language, which lowers the access issues for users that might not be that familiar or might not feel that comfortable in using trainings in English, for instance. They also provide access to expert knowledge in HPC, HPDA, and AI. They provide access to services. They can help you get access to their own supercomputers. They can also help you get access to the supercomputers of the EuroHPC JU. They can support writing proposals. So here we have the link to the Fortissimo project, which you will hear about in a couple of minutes. And they can provide you help literally in all kinds of problems you might have, irrespective of whether you are a beginning user or a very advanced user. So even if you come to your NCC and just say, well, I just started off, I have my own company, I think I might profit from using HPC, but I don't know how. Like, what do I need to do? Where do I need to start? How do I even find out whether I do have an HPC or an AI problem? Can you help me with that? And the NCC is exactly for that. So it caters to all levels of users, be it beginning or advanced, and you can contact them with literally any issue regarding using HPC or getting training in HPC and the support you need. So the advantage is clearly, it is, well, I would not say one-stop shop because you're not actually buying anything, but it's a one-stop info point on all things HPC related. And it's local and accessible, so you can approach your NCC and the country you're at in your local language. You can get training in your local language or in English. And if we have a situation where the NCC located nearest to you cannot actually help you, they do have the big European network at their disposal and can direct you to another NCC that could help you with the issue you have. So they are connected throughout Europe, and of course, the services you can get are free of charge. So, yes. And one thing, very important, where can you find all the fancy NCCs, how to contact us? We recently relaunched the HPC in Europe portal in collaboration with the project HPC Spectra. And there you can find all things HPC and also contact to our national competence centers. So the HPC in Europe portal in its current form hosts information on the NCCs, also on the centers of excellence. There you can find information about the competences, the skill sets, the services provided by the NCCs. You can also find information on training courses in HPC-related topics all over Europe. You can find information about events, different contents that the NCCs themselves upload. For instance, also documents that are the result of joint workshops with best practices, for instance. And also information about upcoming funding opportunities, about projects where you can apply to get some funding for instance, experiments. So here are a couple of screenshots, all colorful and nice. So training information, news, and the events section, which also features current reports about events that have happened. So I believe we will also feature some information about the current event today and tomorrow. You can find a map of codes and competences, so also the codes that are supplied by the centers of excellence and applications and the different competences and skills all over Europe. And as I said, if you do not find the competence you're looking for at your local NCC, you can also ask them to get you in touch with other NCCs all over Europe. What we also publish since the last couple of years, while the project is running, are our success stories. So these are actually success stories featuring your successes as users in collaboration with the NCCs. So the current booklet is also available, also in a digital version if you don't feel like carrying around that much weight, featuring all the stories to get you inspired and maybe find something that you also would like to try out. What we also do have are use cases, a lot of videos, tutorials, and best practice guides, also links to the YouTube videos where you can find inspiration or maybe also solutions to the problems related to HPC. Yes, and of course, a large section featuring information on how to get in touch with your NCC. And there literally isn't any question you cannot approach your NCC with, so you can ask them about training opportunities. They can also give you advice on what kind of training you might need or what new trainings just appeared all over Europe, how to get access to the EuroHPC machines. They can also give you advice on, for instance, which access mode to apply for if you're unsure what to choose from. They can help you with providing HPC knowledge and expertise, and also utilizing HPC in the best possible way if you still wonder how to do that. And one thing connected to the HPC in Europe portal is also the HPC Service Hub, basically a big database of all the services provided all over Europe by the NCCs and the COAs. And in future, this will also be expanded to host the services of other connected initiatives and projects, so you can find the whole set of services all over Europe when it comes to HPC and related technologies in one place. So I welcome and encourage you to also visit the HPC Service Hub and get more information there. And last but not least, we do have a series of podcasts called Supercomputing in Europe. You might recognize one of the other persons sitting here on stage with me as well, where you can have a deeper look into what's currently of interest in the community and get some more in-depth information and interviews from the people that are working with us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Guy Lonsdale from FF+. So FF+ is helping SMEs and startups to unlock the potential of EuroHPC resources, right? Is it correct?
Okay. So now for something completely different. Well, maybe not quite completely. I'm going to talk to you about FF+. I'll give you an intro to the approach behind Fortissimo and explain a little bit very quickly the history, and then explain the main mechanism we have for identifying sub-projects that we're going to fund. And I'll finish up by showing you some statistics and some latest news. So Fortissimo has a history, and I'm not going to go into details here, but there's an interesting figure at the top. The first Fortissimo project was funded by the European Commission under a Factories of the Future program. And at that point, so we're going back to 2013, I think factories were something that people thought were buildings in which you manufactured products. And as we've heard earlier today, the idea of factories has become very much virtual and has changed quite a lot. Fortissimo moved to the JU at some point with FF for EuroHPC and continued his approach. And that approach is all about performing experiments. It's not about fundamental research. So fundamental research, if that's your key thing, you're out of scope and you're not going to be funded by the project. What we're looking for is SMEs that are going to investigate the use of HPC to solve a business challenge. That use has changed with FF+, and I'll explain that. But it's about business innovation. And in the past, we've supported a large number of SMEs who created success stories, and that's the key output of the project. Fortissimo was about showing that HPC means business innovation. It means business innovation for the participants, so it's important that we support the SMEs that participate, but actually the bigger ecosystem. So the success stories booklets are there for people to use to reach out to SMEs and say, look, they did this. This is something that could be a benefit for you. And here's a typical business benefits success story. What you don't see here are scale-up stories. Code performance. It's missing here because that's not what's interesting. What's interesting is the fact that they could reduce the time to produce a product, that they could reduce production costs and lead to better products. That's success story, that's business benefit. And it's not just about manufacturing, but it's also a range of applications, in this case using AI on HPC to improve aquaculture, fish farming. And again, improving the facility, improving the health of the fish involved, and reducing time to production. There are a lot of success stories available. I would really encourage you to look at those, particularly if you're reaching out to SMEs to say, is the HPC program something for you? Because these success stories explain what the benefits were for an SME to actually make use of HPC to solve a business challenge. The latest project is called FF+. The plus stands for the fact that we're not doing quite the same as we did in the past. There are new aspects being addressed. I'll go into that. It's led by HLRS, and we have a number of partners involved. You can find information about that on the webpage. But the key objectives are important. There are a couple of important points here. We're looking at supporting SMEs and startups. We're using HPC to drive innovation, drive business innovation. It's not about doing blue sky research. So we're helping them solve business challenges. We're going to do that with 6 open calls, And we have them in 2 different types. And the next couple of slides are really important to explain the types of sub-projects that we'll be funding. We call them business experiments, equal to the classical Fortissimo approaches, and innovation studies. And we have a funding budget of over 24 million for those sub-projects. Business experiments, if you like, the classical Fortissimo approach, we're using HPC to address a business challenge. The focus here is exclusively on SMEs that are new to using HPC. So we're reaching out to SMEs that have not used HPC before, no prior experience, and helping them investigate and solve a business challenge using HPC. The plus in FF Plus stands for the fact we're doing something new this time round. We have actually got technology development within the sub-projects, not in the project itself, but in the sub-projects we fund. So we're looking for, in the innovation studies, SMEs capable in AI and who need large-scale systems to be able to scale up their work and develop generative AI technology in Europe. So that's the plus in FF Plus. All of these are going to be using HPC computing resources, and here's the link to Clara's presentation. The project FF Plus cannot provide resources, but expects that all the sub-projects will be using the JU's access schemes or indeed nationally provisioned HPC resources. So now some statistics. We executed the first open call for FF Plus last year. We had, for the business experiments, 126 proposals from 30 countries, very good geographical coverage. And we were able to fund 19 business experiments involving participants from 15 countries. So the mind map or image in the middle is interesting. There was no restriction on the type of applications, not manufacturing as was in the case in the past. And what we see here is a lot of AI themes. And I think that was a general trend. We see a large take-up of AI use within the SMEs. Obviously here for the innovation studies, AI is the key topic, and we have a range of AI technologies being addressed. Again, good geographic coverage. From the 64 proposals, we were able to fund 18 innovation studies. Both sets of experiments and innovation studies are progressing. The innovation studies are about to close fairly soon. So now I have a spoiler. We haven't made public the results of the second call for business experiments. The response was quite stunning. We had 350 submissions. The evaluation work is progressing as we sit here and speak. We expect to have news of the results of the evaluation early in 2026, first quarter. And we had main participant SMEs, the SME who drove the business experiment, from 34 countries, so a very wide coverage. The next call for innovation studies, to be honest, it has been postponed. The deadline will be now in February. And the innovation studies will have a duration of 10 months. We've got an indicative funding budget for the next call of innovation studies of 4 million euros. And because that information is important, I'll put it again on this slide. So that's the next possibility for SMEs to engage with FF Plus. We'll be publishing the call in December. As I already just said, the deadline is the 25th of February. And we guesstimate the commencement will be July 1st. And with that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Let's now welcome Laura Morselli from Minerva. So Minerva is a new European AI support center helping to bridge the gaps, I think, between the AI communities and HPC through different levels of support.
So good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to introduce you to Minerva, which is the youngest of the projects that are present here in this panel. And Minerva, what is it? Is a support center, and is a support center which is Europe-wide, and we support HPC-enabled AI applications. So how do we do that? We do that by putting together expertise from hosting entities, from EuroHPC hosting entities, but also from partners that represents machine learning, and AI communities. And Minerva acts as a central hub for cutting-edge European competencies in large-scale AI and machine learning, research and development. And it just started in January of this year, and the duration is of 3 years. So what do we do? So we offer a rich service portfolio that covers different topics, and we will get into the details of the type of support that we offer. We interact with AI communities to identify their needs, because just by matching their needs with our offer, we will be able to support such communities in the most efficient way. We increase the competencies of AI communities on AI on HPC, so we also have training programs dedicated to AI on HPC, and also we ensure that models are developed according to ethical and responsible AI regulations by offering support dedicated to this topic. So how do we do all of this? So we operate a European-wide support center. We have a centralized ticketing system between all the entities of the consortium, so the tickets are dispatched to the center that is able to match that request, that need, in the best possible way. And we try also to do knowledge transfer, so we publish best practice guides and guidelines that are written together by all the consortium, putting together again the expertise of hosting entities with the one of the representatives of AI communities. We are also running internal benchmarks to evaluate model performance on supercomputers and releasing those benchmarks to the community so that the users can see how the different models react on the different infrastructures. We are also providing information on access to public datasets and also creating data repositories so that users can find datasets easily for the development of their applications. We provide AI on HPC training programs, and we are also putting together a community hub supporting large-scale open source machine learning and artificial intelligence research and development on HPC. So, of course, there are different types of requests, and what we want to do is to match all the requests with our support services. So we have put together different service levels, and again, we will go in the details of that, and different support types. And again, this structure allows Minerva to respond effectively to this diverse ecosystem of user needs that we are experiencing in these first months of operations. So for the support levels, we go from level 1, porting of AI application and workflow to HPC. We see a lot of those requests, for example, on just, hey, I have a containerized solution, how do I port to your infrastructure? How do I ensure that that containerized solution is actually working when I scale up to multiple nodes? Level 2, optimization and scaling of AI libraries on HPC. Level 3, about the pre-training of large-scale foundation models. Level 4, specialization and fine-tuning of foundation models and open-source large-scale models. And Level 5, ethical and responsible AI support. All these different levels have one entry point, which is an email that is connected to the centralized ticketing system, which is the email reported below. About the support type, we have seen that the different requests also involve different type of efforts from our side. So we have the support type that we call T1, so assistance for the resolution of very specific issues that can be done with an email, with a call, 1 hour call. We do it together in few days. This is solved. We have consulting, which usually lasts up to 2 weeks. For strategic guidance, for planning and theoretical questions, but we also envision long-term support, like workshops together with users up to 2 months to accelerate workflows through hands-on engineering support, and the longest of all is the embedded support to AI projects that can last up to 6 months. So this is the different type of supports that we offer to communities. In addition to this, as I said before, we have specialized advanced trainings. We already run one at iShop conference, which is a conference dedicated to computer vision. We will be present at EuroHPC. We are currently preparing catalogs of models and datasets that will be released to the community. We are now in the process of writing the first best practice guide dedicated to AI and HPC, and we are also internally running benchmarks, and all of this can be found in a repository that is for public access. Who can access our support? We welcome requests really from everyone. You don't need to be already a user of EuroHPC systems. So we welcome requests from academic research, from public sector teams, but also from private entities. Of course, here the services can be given for free of cost, but subjected to state aid regulations. So we also try to guide requests related to finding HPC access. So we had a lot of those at the beginning. Now I think it's clear that we don't offer compute directly, but we offer the support to make the best use of your compute allocation. So now we have less of those requests on can you give me compute, and more on how can you support me to develop my applications. So we really do not have strong constraints on the type of users of our services. So if you have a bottleneck or if you need our support, just write an email and we will reach out to you. This is the consortium. So the consortium is coordinated by Cineca, and you can see that it puts together hosting entities that have strong expertise on HPC with also other partners, research centers that have experts on AI, development of AI applications, but as well as industrial partners. For example, AMD Silo AI, which is an expert of software stack for AI on AMD infrastructure, and Domain, which is also an enterprise which is expert of developing large-scale models, this time on NVIDIA infrastructure. So we really put together a set of comprehensive competencies that allow us to serve the users in the most efficient way. So visit the Minerva website, follow us on LinkedIn to keep up to date with our offers and with the events where we participate. And if you have any request of support, just write an email to us and we will reach out, or you can also reach out directly to me. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And so finally, last but not least, Janne Ignatius, you are representing Epicure, and Epicure is trying to enhance user experience and helping them making the most of EuroHPC systems, right?
Thank you. It is a great pleasure for me to tell about Epicure, which is really fully about services for EuroHPC users. Janne Ignatius was my name. My affiliation is CSC Finland, and I'm the coordinator of the Epicure project, 4-year project funded by EuroHPC Joint Undertaking. So most of Epicure is about application support, meaning support for the scientific or industrial code software that run on the EuroHPC systems. Epicure now has been running for a year and a half, but it actually is based on a longer tradition that already originated before EuroHPC, namely in Praise, that was running what was then called high-level support teams at the hosting entities. Now, as a follow-up to that, as a EuroHPC-funded project, we are working on this and continuing this great tradition on helping users with their applications. So we do the porting to the EuroHPC systems, and we do then some optimization of the code and scaling for better performance on larger number of processors, CPUs or GPUs or other processors. And the goal is clear to increase the scientific output or the industrial innovation done on the EuroHPC systems by the projects granted time by EuroHPC. So we are helping users and projects that have allocation by EuroHPC. On EuroHPC systems, you also can have national allocations via the national allocation mechanisms, but that is then out of scope for the Epicure project. However, it's not a big problem because you could then, if you feel that you need the Epicure support on your code, apply for this lightweight benchmark or development access modes that Clara was telling about, which are not for production runs, but are actually then perfect for this kind of porting and optimization improvement of the codes. So we classify the help we give to the projects into 2 levels. Now this second level, third level, this is somewhat different, meaning that what Laura was telling with the Minerva project. So in this terminology, first level support means the help desk, which is running or similar setup at each EuroHPC system. And then second level support, this is like 1 to 2 month duration of porting or simple improvement how the code is running on the system. Level 3 support then is a bit longer project going deeper. Source code modification typically is needed in this, can be scaling, can be other efficiency improvements, so 2 to 6 months duration typically. Then level 4, which would be rewriting the whole code or essential segments, so this is again out of scope for the Epicure. Centers of Excellence and other tools are partially doing that kind of activity. So Epicure has now been running 18 months, a year and a half, and 81 projects here meaning grantees, grants by EuroHPC Joint Undertaking, computing time grants, and number of these have been finished, but more than half are actually ongoing. So the cases, the EuroHPC projects we help, so this has really now increased and is in full pace currently. And we do then collaboration and discussions with other projects, like here Castiel, Minerva are represented, and also other projects like the EuroHPC Federation platform, etc. So this is one example out of these 81 projects we have helped, something called between green and blue methane. This relates to how environmentally friendly the hydrogen produced by the methane process is. And this was now especially successful case where the Epicure help, which was first at the level 2 or the shorter help, and then went on to the level 3, longer time help, so resulted in a 20 times speed up on the run by this important scientific with significant industrial implication research project that was running in Leonardo, the Italian Cineca operated pre-scale system. In addition to the support to the applications, to the software codes, we also do training, as do also many other projects, as you heard here. And for us, we have especially this pan-European aspect on training. So webinars, hackathons, workshop is what we are doing. There is then on the link on the web page for past and future trainings. And today and tomorrow, we then launched the European HPC Application Support Portal. The link here, lowest on these slides, EuroHPCsupport.eu, is now online since early today, and tomorrow then in the area with EuroHPC projects that Pauline was mentioned, so it will be on the screen, and several from our team will be on site, especially during the lunchtime when there is the meet and greet, but also throughout the day tomorrow. So the launch of the HPC application support portal, which is then the single point of contact for the support provided by the codes, where you can then get the support. And this is now a snapshot on the different dissemination activities we do then on the YouTube, on our web pages, etc. On the right-hand side, lower corner, you can see the webinars that Epicure has until now been delivering, and then the video taping, so those are available to watch offline as well. So if you need to optimize your application software, so how do you get the Epicure support? Well, you must have the EuroHPC allocation for your project. So on the access modes that Clara and Luigi were earlier presenting, so all other access modes except this industrial AI is eligible. So means the big production access modes, extreme scale and regular access, and also the AI for science access mode, and then this lightweight, like technical feasibility access modes, meaning the development access and the benchmark access. And then our process is currently running very smoothly and has been running very smoothly for half a year or so. So if you have tick marked and the time when you applied for EuroHPC grant that you would be interested in application support, then when you get the outcome that you have been granted the resources. If you have been granted the resources, there is already a link to ask for this support, or it may have been suggested in the technical review. But no worries if you do not tick mark that, or if before 6 months ago the process was not so streamlined, that you can ask for that anytime from us or from any channel by which you reach us. Links are here. You can also put to Google Epicure HPC. So we will be very glad to help you, provided you have the EuroHPC allocation for your project. So we are here to serve the EuroHPC users. I hope you use our services and find them useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, because now you have been so punctual and good at keeping your 10-minute slot that we will now open a Q&A session. So I will give some minutes to my colleagues to prepare. So if you have a question in the audience, it could also be addressed. Or it could be addressed to this project, like supporting user, but it could also be addressed to Clara and Luigi if you wish. Maybe just to give you time to reflect on the next question. A first question for you, panelists. Like, I think you mentioned it in your presentation, but can you tell us more? How do you collaborate together? Like, how can you maybe increase the synergy, like, to best help our users? Like, I don't know who wants to start first.
Maybe I can start. Like I think since the national competence centers are more or less like the first level of entry for a lot of users in the ecosystem, for us it's actually quite easy to connect to the other projects and forward users to the best level of service they can get, or also offer them support to actually apply for some of the other resources in the community. And one such example for sure is the Fortissimo project series, where the NCC staff is supporting the applications for the business experiments and for the AI innovation studies. So basically, a user could approach the NCC and say, okay, I heard about this project, Fortissimo Plus. I know that there is an open call at the moment running. I don't know whether I'm like even eligible for this type of project or experiment, and what do I need to do? What do I need to pay attention to? What kind of resources will I need for this? What should I put into the application? And this type of very hands-on support for applying is actually, I think, quite useful to the community. And one of the other things the NCCs are very well known is they also disseminate the information throughout their networks for these types of open calls. So whenever there's an open call happening, the NCCs take this to their country, disseminate it via all the channels they already have for industrial users and also for academic users. And I think we are pretty good at spreading the word in the network.
And does it work? Do you agree? Is it useful? Yes. Yeah.
I think it's a two-way process, actually, because obviously, I just mentioned we had this enormous response. This is, we don't actually know exactly where all the proposals came from, but it's very clear that the NCCs were highly engaged. So we profit from the fact that they're out there in all those countries talking to SMEs and encouraging them, supporting them to supply. But what we feed back is the fact, A, we have these success stories booklets, and we've heard from many NCCs. When I go to SMEs and talk to them about HPC, this is what I need. I say, look, you're working in monitor manufacturing, and this success story showed how you can use HPC to make better monitors. So this could be something for you. And the other thing, of course, is when they talk about the open calls, they can say to the SMEs, this project's providing financial support for you to investigate, or it's providing financial support for you to develop technology for AI. So this is something that can go and easily talk to SMEs about. So that it's a two-way process, and it's very
good,
valuable.
Complementary. So it's even better. And yeah.
Yes, I fully agree what my colleagues here said, and then I think it's important to have, in the first phase, sufficient number of cross-links between the different websites, and then, of course, some sites have then a wide purpose, like what Natalie was telling about the HPC in Europe portal now, and of course the EuroHPC web pages as well. And we are then in discussions with the other programs here, how to sort of best have cohesion and synergies with the user part offerings.
So for instance, if I understood correctly, the newly launched Epicure platform will be soon at some point accessible from a HPC in Europe portal, for instance. So this is for instance, one of the... Yeah.
Exactly.
So good. So is there anyone for... yes, I see a hand raised. Maybe if you can present yourself, maybe tell us if you are a user or like a...
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Florian. I'm from EuroHPC Supercomputing Center and from Praise. And thank you, Janne, for the great introduction to Epicure. And you mentioned Praise as a precursor with the high-level support teams for this project. Can you also compare the volume of the support in Praise times and the Epicure project? And do you think if this is enough?
Yes, so on the volume, so looking at Epicure, it's 10 million euro in 4 years. In Praise, the high-level support teams alone, which was funded fully by the membership fees, was of the order of 2.5 million euro annually. But on top of that, there was quite a lot of application work by the EC-funded implementation phase projects. So the volume in Praise alone was like easily double this. So I think, let's say, for the benefit of the community, I think we or EuroHPC could afford to put more to application work with the different segments. So now I think it's a great thing that, let's say, even increase its focus on the center of excellence with the lighthouse codes coming. There was one very nice program run by EuroHPC that was level 4 support. But I think this is really a vital area, the application support in comparison with the hardware investment, certain fraction of that. So I think Europe is doing very well, and let's say globally what has been recognized as a strength in Europe especially is the work on the application software in several disciplines, including material science, including climate research, where we are really globally leading. So I think it's really good to put even more focus to this.
Thanks. Is there... Yes, I see another hand raise.
Hello, Rosa Badia from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. I have a question about the grants in Fortissimo. I think they are very good, but it's 10 months length only, if I'm not wrong. The duration of the grants are 10 months?
It depends on the type. The business experiments, which are essentially a one-off opportunity for an SME to solve a business challenge, they're 15 months. The innovation studies are shorter, but they have the possibility to submit a prolongation proposal. So there is a difference in the expectations for the SME. So the business experiments, as I said, are exclusively for SMEs that are new to HPC. The AI development, so developing generative AI technology, we expect that they are already experts in that field and have experience in HPC. So the time frame for those first studies was focused on 10 months. I think, does that answer your question?
Yeah, the question was also trying to think, because I was participating in Not for Scale, and in this case, I think it was 12 months with quite a large budget, and I felt that the grantees were kind of stressed on using the resources in such a short time, no? Okay. And I don't know if in Fortissimo was the same case or not.
So I don't think so.
What's your feeling?
I was also, as you know, I was also involved in InfoScale. So that InfoScale was looking at more on academics, developing new algorithms from scratch, totally new algorithms. And so there was often an issue that a university needed to first find the right people, and then the 12 months was a tight time frame. Whereas we're focusing on SMEs, so we'd expect the staff to be there. They're already there. So when the sub-project starts, they should be up and running. So and the funding for the innovation studies is a maximum of 300,000 euros. So it seems certainly to be the case from the first round of the first tranche of innovation studies, that seems to be a feasible level of budget and a feasible time. So they are able to produce initial results after 7 months that they report to us. So it looks good. Just as for the business experiments have a maximum funding of 200,000. So they're the business experiments typically very, very focused consortia, sometimes just one organization, sometimes just a couple. So the timeframes do work out. Thanks.
Thanks. So maybe in the meantime, Laura, I have a question for you. So Minerva is among our most recent projects, let's say, because it started less than a year ago. So maybe what are your first key observations? Or also you said the type of requests changed now that you are better known. So what type of requests do you receive most?
Yeah, the first observation was that there was a need for that, because we are receiving requests, so that's a good thing. There is a need for that type of support. And also at the beginning there was a need for compute, so we were receiving a lot of questions about compute, especially from private entities. When we started in January, the AI for industrial innovation access was not there because it started in April, so maybe that's also why they were contacting us for compute. They thought that we could give that, then maybe we tailored our communication better to make clear that we were not offering compute. Now we see that they are contacting us mostly for optimizing their workflows so that they're able to scale up on multiple nodes. And so there was a need for this type of support, definitely. And there is a need for us to work all together so that every request is met by our support.
Good. Is there any final question from the audience? Or yes, just first row. I don't know, Veneta or Maxine, sorry. For you too. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nives Sandri. I'm coming from Nokia. Listening all these presentations here and presenting valuable services, I'm just wondering, how are you charged for those services? How are you having the money for all this? Is this all paid by EuroHPC, or you charge as well the users of all these services?
So in the case of Epicure, it's fully funded half by the EuroHPC Joint Undertaking, and as the name and traditional joint undertakings say, then the other half comes from the national funding from the different funding organizations in the countries that participate in the project. But it's all centrally funded, meaning that to the end users, it's free.
Same for Minerva, with the only little star that for private users, then we apply state aid regulations. So there is that type of regulations to be taken care of. So if there is, let's say, if the limits are not reached by the SMEs and startups, then they're also free of cost because they are covered by the European and national fundings.
So FF Plus is a little bit different, but we're Digital Europe funded, it's 100% funding. All the activities of the project, the beneficiaries are supported fully by the JU. And of course, what I said, we have cascading funding. So the biggest part of the budget, the 24 million, is going through cascading funding, financial support for third parties, to the sub-projects. So they are funded to do the work, their personnel is funded, and they get support activities from the project.
So for the national competence centers, we also receive funding 50% from the EU, JU, and 50% from the participating countries. So it's for the users, for the SMEs, startups contacting us, it's totally free of charge.
Thanks. So I think based on the condom, it's maybe now time to close the session. But so maybe to conclude this discussion. So if there is one key message that the user should take away from this session, or that you want to share with user, what would it be shortly, like Natalie?
Look at the HPC in Europe portal. There you will find everything you need.
Thanks.
If you're an SME and you're interested in getting involved in Fortissimo, check the webpage and there will be open calls for you too.
Good.
Reach out if you have any problem with scaling up your AI workflows.
Epicure wants to help with your code with the EuroHPC allocated project, and indeed you can come to our screen tomorrow at any time.
So basically, easy conclusion, just ask for help, so which is a good news. Thanks a lot. Before concluding, just some housekeeping remarks. So we will, now it's lunchtime. We will be back at 2 with 3 parallel sessions. So be aware that the chemical sciences session will take place in the DAC, like the Danish Architecture Center, in front of the square. So you just need to go outside this building. There will be a high-energy physics session in Blixen room, which is first floor of this building. And otherwise, in this plenary room, we will have the engineering parallel session starting at 2. And for our remote participants, the live stream will be back at 4:30 with our AI Factory support panel discussion. Thanks to you, thanks everyone, and bon appétit.
So, hello everyone. Welcome to this panel. I see people are still coming in, so let's give 1 second to everyone to take their places. And we will welcome our wonderful panel today about the AI user support for AI users. So, today we have a great panel representing both AI factories and a user. And we will discuss many topics that are bothering both us and the ecosystem in general, and most importantly, our users. So I would pass the first words to the representative of AI Factory Finland, Lumi AI, which is Pekka Manninen. And please, Pekka, maybe you can present a little bit about AI Factory.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Pekka Monen from CSC Finland. I'm a man with many hats. Today I choose to take the director of the Lumi AI Factory hat with me, and I'm just going to share some ideas what we're going to do on the Lumi AI Factory, and also, well, today and in the future. Lumi AI Factory, really said Finnish. Yes, it's coordinated by Finland, but it is European AI Factory. It's a 6-country consortium behind it. And it's the largest of the EuroHPC AI factories announced so far with the 612 million budget. Our vision is to kind of like a convergence of HPC, AI, and quantum for the benefit of adoption of AI in Europe. So we are gonna, well, obviously we run a big set of services, which I'm gonna introduce in a minute. We are operating currently on top of the existing Lumi supercomputer, and while we are building the next gen system called Lumi AI. And a part of this supercomputer installation will be an experimental platform or something that we are going to do in addition, which is the convergence of quantum and AI and HPC, which is a new quantum computer, Lumi IQ. The timeline is so that we are up and running. So we are serving SMEs, academia today with AI factory services, making the current Lumi more AI or AIification of Lumi, and building this to the next gen of the infrastructure. All the AI factories have certain focus areas. Despite being of the largest, I think we have the fewest focus areas because you need to focus on something if you want to really get the spearheads. So we chose manufacturing industries, health and life sciences, and telecoms as our focus areas. Obviously, we serve all communities, all fields of science, all fields of business, but for these are kind of drivers for us for the infrastructure. So we focus on what this is kind of drivers for supporting sensitive data on the system and also dynamic data on the system. Obviously, we're going to serve also basic research. So the platform is going to be a kick-ass platform for AI for science and the next-gen workflows in be it digital twins or whatever the modeling and simulation community is wanting to call their next-gen workflows. From the stack of services, I think the obvious ones are that there will be computing capacity in Europe, never seen before. Well, the traditional GPU accelerated compute, quantum computing, and pretty much everything related to the hosting the workflows and models, and the kind of a traditional part of the user support, so expert support all the way of what comes to the utilization of the platform. Then the kind of a novelty of the AI factories is now how much we invest on supporting data. So access to data and data support. So very important concept of the AI factories and our AI factory is the data sets as a service concept that we will address later on the panel. And then where we go also next level from what HPC centers, including Lumi platform is offering, is that how we work with companies with this kind of interventions and something that represents consultancy more than like a help desk work. And also AI factory is a physical thing, so it will have an hub in the grounds of Aalto University in Finland, but also hubs also, for instance, in the Czech Republic and other partner countries. One thing that I want to perhaps raise for this panel is that or the last thing I wanted to raise for this panel is that even if we talk about AI, it's a little bit silly that we still refuse to use it ourselves employ it ourselves. So we are investing a lot that this system would be self-serving, so to increase the productivity. So when you hit an issue, the first thing wouldn't be actually to file an email to a service desk, but actually try to ask it from the system itself. So you can realize this or materialize this in multiple levels of ambition. So just being like a dynamic way to access documentation, but also having a HPC co-pilot that helps you debugging your workflows and whatnot. But all the way to the level where the system can act as a kind of research assistant with the vast domain understanding and knowledge. That was my thing. Just go and see our brand new website for the AI Factory, lumi-aifactory.eu. So that's our service catalog, and that's basically the gateway to our services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pekka, and it's quite a nice overview of the services you provide. Just to add that, for example, AI Copilot is an initiative that all our hosting entities are going hand in hand in implementing it for all our hosting entities as well. And with that, we move a bit south towards Germany. And in Germany, we have 2 AI factories. And here we have Bastian Koller, who is representing the Hammer High AI factory, which is established in Stuttgart. So please, Bastian, if you can introduce.
Okay, thank you. So obviously, my name is Bastian Koller. Yes, we are one of the two AI factories in Germany, and let's say we were splitting up the work a bit, let's say in terms of the different areas. So what you see here is, and we have a long slogan, which is always hard to keep in mind, but what we do is really we work with startups, SMEs, industrial companies, scientific institutions, but we focus really on things like engineering, manufacturing, but also on global challenges, which is, let's say, something which is a growing path, but still a bit of an alien sometimes. What you see also here on this slide is first of all, Hammer High. So just to be sure, as people sometimes get confused, Hammer High is a hammerhead shark. So you might have visited our booth and get this kind of small shark thing. There's a reason for that. I would not say that we bite that much. We are rather the friendly shark around the neighborhood. But we also, let's say, think that that reflects very well what we are doing here. So we have a consortium of 5 partners here, let's say, in Germany, which are bringing the expertise we need. So what is the expertise we need? We have the industrial focus, and intentionally we really have this industrial focus because we have a background on that. So the partners have more than 70 customers using systems, which are mainly HPC systems, but also HPC and AI systems for production. So production, we all know, is quite different from just, let's say, doing plain research. So you need, let's say, a certified environment. You need, let's say, this kind of an ecosystem. You need even to be able to do, let's say, the production runs with pay-per-use format to ensure that you don't run into state aid issues, etc. So we focus exactly on this niche here, whilst, let's say, the Jive AI Factory is really focusing also on the groundbreaking research part here. And we are the smaller brother there, but we see for industry, it will be sufficient what we have. So the focus is, let's say, that we don't focus on, let's say, training the big models ourselves, but we rather work on fine-tuning pre-trained models. Inference in production is important, providing a secure environment, I already said this, supporting easy migration of existing cloud workloads. To be honest, when I talk to potential customers, I could rather have the system already full from people which want to run away from the existing, let's say, hyperscalers. Obviously, we are doing, let's say, here a shift to containerized applications, which is, let's say, for my security people like hell, but it will work out. And obviously also easy access to data. And data is not that trivial if you're talking, again, in industrial focus, because they usually don't want to share all their data sets with their potential competitors. So we will find works or possibilities to do some pre-competitive actions with the data, making it available, etc. So we support the overall AI life cycle, so not just training or not just inference, but let's say the overall life cycle. I will not go into detail here because it will take too long. But this is the important part. So we are starting now. We are procuring currently the system. So, which means, yes, we don't have the big system yet in our hands. However, we have some, let's say, smaller resources where we can do some testing. And we started the services and the support already in April because we say we can now prepare some of the users already for being able to utilize the system once it's there. And on the other hand, we also learn, let's say, from our initial service portfolio, let's say, what works, what doesn't work, where do we have, let's say, to put in more emphasis. By that, as soon as the system is there and we expect the operationality, the latest Q2 2026, so that we then start with a much higher pace than just now saying, okay, come to us next year because we have to buy the system and good luck with any other thing. So yes, you can obviously go to our website now, simply have a look in there, what's there. We recently did, let's say, a big upgrade of the website because now the services are getting more clear, the actions are getting more clear. Obviously, we receive a lot of funding, let's say, from EuroHPC, but also the German Federal Ministry and the state ministries of Baden-Württemberg, North Rhine-Westphalia, and of Bavaria. And to be honest, we see a good potential here. It's continuing what we have done so far, but really having impact within the next year, starting then, and then to see, let's say, if there will be a second phase or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bastian. It's quite nice to see and nice pictures. And I noticed that you are ISO 27001 certified, and considering that all our AI factories are serving industry, that's also very important. And I'm happy to say that all our centers that will be hosting or are hosting AI factories are either ISO certified 27001 or have a national equivalent. So please, Stefan, you are representing the AI factory in France. And please, Stefan, can you give us an overview of what's happening in France?
Thank you very much for this invitation. So we are a new kid on the block in the AI Factory Galaxy. So thank you very much. So I will start with a small presentation and update about what agency we are. So we are the French HPC agency. We have 3 computers operated by the 3 national centers. On the left, you have the one from CA. And if you attended the presentation by Vangelis this morning, this site is going to host and operate Alice Rocoq, the second exascale EuroHPC system. Of course, this one will be very useful for your factory. It will be the heart of the proposal. But in the middle and in the right, you have already the 2 AI supercomputers we have in France. So Jean Zé at Idris and Ad Astra at CINES. So what is interesting to see that these systems have been installed in 2019 and 2022. And we are serving and operating 1,400 research projects in AI per year. So we are in full speed, all the machines are fully loaded. And these projects are coming either from, I will say, AI for AI, so NLP, vision, multimodality, robotics, or since 2 years, a big wave of AI for science in health, material science, physics, climate, etc., etc. What is interesting also to notice is that globally, across the 3 machines for HPC, AI, and quantum, we are serving 2,200 projects per year. So you see now the footprint of AI in the total number of projects. It's something which is getting a lot of tractions. And what are the key of success? If we look back on the mirror, since 5 years, there are 3 KPI. GPUs, so we are close to 6,000 GPUs. It will increase with Alice Rocoq. Access mode, because it's really important to give access rapidly to the users. In few clicks, they have access to the machine, which is very important to attract new users, especially from industry. And user support. And one of the key points was also to double the people in the computing center for user support. This is something you need not underestimate because it's not so easy from a startup to jump from a laptop to a supercomputer. So with this in mind, we apply to AI Factory Call. Yes. Okay. So we have been selected in March. So we are in the second wave of projects. So our project is not for buying a machine because we have already machines. It's fully focused on expertise. So we have 30 million euros of experts to be funded available for you. So you see the membership. So Gency is leading this proposal, but we have many research organizations, universities, as well as the Ministry of Defense. You will understand why later. Incubators, we have the largest incubator in Europe, Station F, as well as network of entrepreneurs and startups. The goal is, like all the other AI factories, to provide this so-called one-stop shop, an integrated offer of services for industry, public services, and research. But specifically, what we like to do in France is really to push and to promote open source model, and also to put all the burden in the specialization and the verticalization of AI across industries. We think that it's really time now to commodize AI and to disseminate and to provide expertise. The second specificity is also we have a close collaboration between research and industry, especially, for example, with the companies you see on the back. The goal is really, for example, to implement a full continuum of services spanning from academia to industry. For example, liaising between Gen C and Scaleway or OVH Cloud and providing a full end-to-end solution. You can train with us and you can make business with them on the same cloud for sovereignty. This is something very important we already started to do. We are going to invest massively in education and training. So here we rely on the universities. They plan to train 100,000 people per year. So here we are just relying on them. And also something interesting, a lot of people are talking about Gen AI. AI is not only Gen AI, it's also machine learning, it's also symbolic AI, explainable AI. In France, we have a lot of strengths on that, and we'll also focus on that. So I'm not going to comment my satanic slide about all the services, but of course, in the middle, you have the heart of the proposal. 70 experts available for you to support for accessing on the compute side public services as well as private services coming from sovereign solution. Again, this is really important. It's time to discuss the European cloud providers and make a team. Talking about data, it has been already talked by my colleague, but one of the major stakes we have is to open data and make it available, so public data, private data, sensitive data, of course with compliance, security, trustworthy. Then, when you have the data, you need to be supported in data stewardship and curation, so we'll provide expertise on that, as well as, of course, making available these models once they are trained and promote them. On the blue part, on the talent and innovation side, so of course we are going to train massively, but before training you need to detect. So we really need to detect talent, attract talent in France and in Europe. So we have some specificities for example, attracting more women in AI, more people in AI generally. So this is also relying on current initiative. And also another specialty we have in this AI factory is we have a VC office. So we have already close to 15 VCs interested to provide free of charge support for helping the startup at early stage and guiding them. At the end, it's a win-win. They detect early and they can find more easily new customers. And so this is a win-win. It's quite successful. We have an incubator office, so starting with Station F, but not only. And we have also a legal office because most of the startups are not very aware about IP, for example. So we help them in IP side. On the last point, as I told you, we would like to verticalize a lot AI across industries, across research and public services. We have already this background of 1,400 research projects per year. So we applied with 13 application verticals. So perhaps it's a bit ambitious, but we would like to drive AI in robotics. So it's really a strong subject for us in France. There are a lot of initiatives for AI in robotics, as well as health. We have a lot of startups in health, for example, as well as Earth observation, defense. We are the only one in Europe to have a vertical on defense, and I think it's important. We could discuss about digital continuum. There are a lot of instruments, so how to, for example, to ingest data on the fly and to infer data on the fly. This is a subject, as well as education and humanities. And I think it's my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. It's very nice to see that your AI factory is going to be based in a quite extensive experience already. And you have touched open data, curated data topics, and that's exactly the topics I think our next speaker are going to touch. So please, Paolo, introduce yourself. You are one of our users. You are the CEO of an SME, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Paolo Ferrandi. I lead a business unit that is called data valorization. That means that we try to extract value from the data of our clients. The company workflow is RES, is a medium-sized company. It has 40 years of activity. It was born to serve financial institutions, making software to optimize the computing infrastructures, and now as some other activities and my business units, of course. In my career, I have been involved, or I lead more than 300 research and innovation projects, and of course some of them with HPC, in particular with multiphysics simulation, thermofluid dynamics, reservoir exploration, and then on HPDA, high performance data analytics, with biomedics data or aerospace data. And now, of course, I'm working on AI model, on generative AI model, and we are currently have a project financed by Fortissimo Plus and the EuroHPC grant. And in this project, we are training a large language model to learn a domain-specific language. And in this case, the aid of a project like Fortissimo is vital because the world is moving very, very fast, and it's not easy for a medium-sized company to stay behind. Not for the competencies. We are full of competencies in Europe, but the world is very fast and you have to move fast.
And that fast word I'm going to grab and stick to open our discussion of the panel. But before I do that, I would like to ask some questions to our audience. So if we can have a little bit of a light on audience. So may I ask you to do a little exercise? It may be good while we're sitting quite long on this audience. Those who are users of EuroHPC systems and are present here, may I ask you to stand up? HPC, AI, whatever, users of EuroHPC systems. Ah, I didn't expect that. This is quite nice. Thank you for coming. And now, don't sit, wait. How many of you are AI users? Those who are AI users, stand, the others can sit. Quite many, impressive. Thank you very much. Then we have really nice audience to discuss things and to know a bit what is happening next. So as you say, everything is moving fast. And we are procuring a lot of systems. We have 13 AI factories. By next year, this time, we already will have one AI-ready system, which is Jupyter, already up and running, and at least three AI factory systems already opening. So it's just not even a year, even less than a year. And it's tremendous amount of hardware that we're going to be there. Are we ready for it? Is the ecosystem ready to use it? Because we have seen when EuroHPC JU procured the HPC systems, it took some time to take over and to overload the systems with users. What do you think will happen now? Are our users ready for that? Please. Yeah, please. Paolo.
Okay. Computing power is the bottleneck right now.
Right now.
Okay. I have a dozen of jobs in the queue right now. So computing power is essential, but computing power is just the first part of the work. Why? We say the world is moving fast, so often we work on preprint of works. We don't wait for the review of the works, so because there's no time. So we work on technical basis that contains error, contains misunderstanding. The technical report of the big firms are now made together with the marketing office. And there's a lot of knowledge in academia. We work with academia, we finance in academia. A PhD student is working closely with me, but at times The time of academia is for a long time seeding, okay, not just for now. So what I think is that with all these projects that are running and will run on the new infrastructure, I strongly suggest take all the knowledge, all the practices, all the best practices, all the fails, okay, and have a common knowledge shared. We have no time to wait for books. When a book is published, it's too late. And maybe just a famous one, I don't mention the title, but you all know it. If you work on AI, it's full of errors. Okay? So I think that's a metadata with the data, if I can use a metaphor, that all this computing power is used for something. Let's collect of the experience. This morning I saw the huge number of Fortissimo projects. Let's collect what are the best practice. Let's collect everything, and so this will help up to scale up.
So basically, speed is important and share of knowledge between academia and industry. And I saw, Stefan, you were doing something like that.
I was fully agree, and I think he will comment about network of factory. But your idea to share best practices, what was good, what was bad, is very important because in front of us, we are very powerful forces. So we need to act collectively and share at maximum, and really this idea of network of factory will foster that. After that, yes, for me, there is a triple challenge to address. It's in AI, it's compute, data, and skills at the same time. If you put a lot of GPU without access to data or skills, you are lost. So you need to progress. It's perhaps better to put less GPU, but more skills to support users. So the feedback we have since 6 years, close to 7 years now, is really to not underestimate the user support you provide. For the GPU, I'm pretty sure when Alice Rocock will come, we are going to feel it because we have 5 weeks of over subscription for the month in AI. So people are expecting GPUs, and there are also the GPT on all the machines, so it's very good. But I say be cautious on user support, put the means. And for data, we really need to accelerate on the availability of data because we see now a lot of models which are hitting some limits in terms of you can browse internet, but we need now to find the missing data. And this missing data, it's on science, it's on industry, and this is a big challenge we need to address collectively.
Okay, thank you. I saw Bastian, you wanted, and then Pekka, you.
So just to base on what was already said, I think we have to look at the overall, let's say, evolution from different angles. And one angle obviously is that we need to, let's say, exchange these best practices or show things and show success stories, etc., to the users so that they get a feeling what's possible. On the other hand, I think also we as AI factories need to share this best practice amongst us because then we can, let's say, keep the same speed, let's say, to evolve our services. So we should not do this isolated and everybody says good luck with AI factories here in 1 year, but really trying to exchange here, let's say, on the problems and challenges we've encountered because this is exactly our momentum for the moment, having these AI factories, having, let's say, the people which know what's going on there from different facets, and then really to exchange this. And the user centricity is very important because also here first of all, we need to educate our users, but our users also need to educate us in terms of what they want. So I can put 5 of my technical experts there, they make a great service portfolio that nobody wants to use at the end. So we need to understand the users, listen also to the users and see that we really fulfill their needs. And this is quite let's say, a challenge as well.
Thank you. And Pekka?
Yeah, so remembering back in the day when the pre-exascale systems or the first EuroHPC exascale systems were installed, and there was a concern on whether, because there was the HPL, the top 500 goals for them, so they become very GPU heavy, and that there was like perhaps in the funder community, the user community, on okay, so can we actually use these systems, and are they ready for scientific workloads? But I mean, these systems were full from the day one, so I mean, at least Lumi was like a just from the very much on the day one, like a completely full. And so there were no problem in getting the EuroHPC infrastructure to sort of like fund the demand for the resources. I don't doubt that the situation would be that we wouldn't find good use for the systems. Now, however, is the utilization and the systems being full the metric we need to focus on the most with AI factories? I do think that we could actually like step out a bit and really think about the value of the entire ecosystem. So focus a little bit of different things than whether the system is, whether we get everything allocated or not, or whether the system is fully utilized. It's really sort of how much we can bring value for the European ecosystem, be it public-private partnerships, the value for the companies. It's just we just like a little. Let's not be too simplistic with the metrics, which rate our success to it, because AI factories are so much more than just the hardware platform. So that's why we really need to sort of like understand if we are generating the value add that we are trying to do, and the system utilization is not the best metric for it.
Stefan, you want to add?
May I add just one point? You will very often hear me talking about skills, men and women, because this is the only way to sustain the battle. The problem we have is to retain the skills. So once you hire the people, it's very difficult to retain the skill because, again, these guys are very attracted by the private side, not only the French or the German or the European ones. So we need to find collectively a way to retain the skills in Europe. And this is a big challenge, definitely. When you have in front of you someone paying 3 times the price you can offer, it's not only a question of philosophy and vision of life. So we need to find collectively a way to ensure that people will stay in France, in Germany, in Europe, in academia, in industry, but will stay in Europe.
That's a really good point you are mentioning, because actually I wanted to continue on data, but let's concentrate first on the skills. So if we look through all the proposals we have received, each AI factory plans to recruit at least 40 FTEs. Considering the 13 we have, I'm not counting the ones that will come. We're already about 600. Where are we going to recruit these people from? Do you have a plan? And the second question is, these people will be people, for example, experts in data, experts in training, experts in LLM, whatever. And you all are going to recruit these experts. Do you think there is a need to synchronize between AI factories and see where are the gaps, which experts are needed where, because you have also domain differentiation, or it's better to do everywhere, everything the same way? What are your thoughts? Yes, please, Pekka.
So Lumi AI Factory has 100 FTE in the budget on the payroll. So 100 person, more or less one-on-one. So of course some people shared. Out of them, 45 at CSC, rest in our partners, and we have staffed the 45 FTEs at CSC, so we have found everybody who are gonna work for the AI factory. So in that sense, I think we were so I don't think there's well, especially it's not about hiring just AI scientists. There's so much other kind of like a data engineers, compliance experts, you name it. So there's a very versatile actually skill set, and we are not just competing from the top AI scientists with the big tech companies, but there's a lot of things the AI factory skill set and the competence pool is being built on. So I'm not very worried that we wouldn't be able to staff the AI factories. And obviously, I think there was a rhetoric question whether this AI factory should coordinate somehow, but of course, how we gonna benefit the European Union the most is that if we are able to build this kind of a very well-functioning ecosystem of the AI factories, and where we can sort of like we don't need to compete for the users, but we can like send the users across the platforms where that's why we have the focus. We can like direct them to the different AI factories, consult our colleagues, and so I mean we need to get this AI factory network to work as a kind of like a one big machine for the union and its member states.
Thank you.
I will say, I think we are going to hire the people because the playground is quite sexy and attractive for the researchers. Okay. What we have in Europe, we have 30,000 GPUs, 40,000 GPUs. We have all these communities interested to engage. We have all these challenges to address together. This is attractive for researchers to come, not only for young researchers, for also very talented researchers with some experience. After that, the problem, yes, it's to work together to continue to have this attractiveness. Why not allowing mobility of researchers between France and Germany and Finland, and allowing to develop a very interesting career, mixing academia and industry, mixing countries. So we need to invent something. But in our side, we have 35 people to hire. Agency, I hired 2 people very rapidly, two very good skills. I didn't have any problem from that. So I think the goal is also to be able to train people. When you train people, you have a new reservoir, so you can hire more people. Of course, they are young people, but we need to have this reservoir also. So training is really important. Education is really important, or retraining also is very important. But if we do things well, I think it's not going to be an issue. I'm quite optimistic, I hope so.
Okay, thank you. You want, okay.
Yeah, so I'm always a bit happy that, let's say, we didn't have that much budget, to be honest. So we have something like, I think, 35 persons planned over the 5 partners, which also helps a lot. At the end, to be honest, I think we will not be able to hire, let's say, all people in a complete mature way that they are ready and immediately can start. But I think, let's say, we successfully now build up the services, and by that we can, let's say, also take the newbies, which can work together with senior stuff and really, let's say, get up. So at the end, it's about evolving the talents as well, which we have, or students which now stop and they're looking for a job, etc. So there's a good potential there. Obviously, you have to rely on the experienced people as well inside, and this is what we planned in really to have this kind of knowledge transfer there. In terms of, let's say, between the AI factories, I personally still think we should work, let's say, on combined like this kind of twinning, mentoring, etc. stuff. Also later when we have the antennas coming in there, because at the end, the experiences are there. They're probably not at one place, are all the experiences. But if we have this exchange of experiences and knowledge, etc., and bring those people together, they could do this kind of mentor approach and support somebody who's probably in the race to become, let's say a senior person at a point in time. And this is also this talent development which we have, which is an added value, because people can come in, they don't have to really, let's say, be perfect at the beginning, but they know that they have the access to this network, and by that can raise.
Thank you. You gave your view as an employee. I would like to hear from our user. So imagine our AI factories have a portal where they have industrial sectors listed and the expertise, and then you have the people there that you can approach through this portal, for example. And do you care that this support you will be getting from the experts are in the country where your company is, or it doesn't matter? Because we have different contradictions from previous experiences. So what is important for you? Would you go to Finland for expertise?
But we are used to work in a distributed world. Okay. So there's no importance of the location, the vicinity. It's a problem of the way of collaboration. Okay, that is. Let me explain. You have your experts. I have a good channel to talk of them. We are more or less on the same time zone, so there's not a problem like with New Zealand or something like that. And we can interact on the same topics that I said. So of course, I have to prepare my work. I have to submit my job, but I need a view of the technical stack that is working for my work, and so on. Maybe you can also help me to be on the side of my clients, because I'm the technical expert that is working in a consortium with final users that are not technical. Okay, maybe you can also help in this, or no, or maybe it's my work. From this point of view, I don't care very much where the competence are. I care much more how they are available, and if we can work together in a way that is productive for me and for you, of course.
Interesting to know. Yeah, you wanted to comment?
So just from experience, let's say, I think you're representing a certain user group here, and if you probably have spotted quickly, I was very quickly in my slides, we have this kind of, I think we have to really distinguish here different kind of users. We have the ones which are the newbies, which have never used it before. Especially SMEs are very interested rather to see, first of all, who are the people there, even probably speaking the language. So I have some SMEs, if you would come in with some English-speaking person, they would say, I don't know what this guy wants from me. So I think the important part is that we learn also, and that's what I meant with learning from users, we have different categories. Some are, let's say, quite ready to use the system. They don't care in some areas. Some do very strict export control things. They have to care very well what's happening, where is it happening, etc. And I think this is the important part here. So that's why I say user-centric means we need to understand what they really need.
Exactly. Please, Pekka.
I mean, yeah, probably true, and but that's why I think it's important that we do have quite big selection of the AI Factory projects as well as the antennas. So even if the first contact would be on a local language and by the kind of like a people who knows, well, discover through networks and even personal networks. So it's once sort of like getting to work with the user. So I think it's then the barrier of encouraging the user to sort of like turn into another AI factory will be easier. So I mean, I think what you're saying is possible, but it doesn't prevent of sort of cross-using the resources and the competencies, as long as the kind of the first contact or even this kind of account manager works in your kind of like a proximity.
Just to answer that, I did not say this is like that. The thing is simply that, let's say, there's a user category which acts like that. There are other users which are more flexible, and I think at the end we all should exchange also on these kind of categories to understand what is perfectly fitting for whom.
So one solution doesn't fit all. Okay, but then these topics can be elaborated very long, so we don't have so much time, and I have many topics. So now let's switch to data. So we all know Hugging Face. Everyone loves Hugging Face right now, but that's not European. And we know AI without data is not. So do you think we need a European base, doesn't have to be a Hugging Face, but something similar that we need to invest for our users in? Pekka?
Do you want a candid or frank answer or not?
What, sorry?
Do you want like a honest answer or not? So, I mean, we have let's say that we have in the HPC community in Europe, we do have a history of building services that have more developers than users. So, in a way, I do think the part of the customer centricity is that we actually serve them with the tools that they want to use. Let me frame it this way.
Perhaps I'm a bit biased because we collaborate with Hugging Face since 5 years. But we need to acknowledge that it's working fine and it's a de facto standard. So Hugging Face is not American, it's not French, it's not German, it's global.
Yep.
Okay? So perhaps we could try to develop our own Hugging Face, but we need to do things rapidly on the same level of quality than Hugging Face for being having some credit on the communities, but why not? But it's really an open question because we discussed with Hugging Face, they are ready to fork their service for creating a European portal for us. Everything is set, all the architecture is there. So it's a question, are we able to do that in 1 or 2 years? Because we are talking about years here, we're not talking about decades, huh? We're talking about years in this battle. So it's an open question for me.
Okay, what our user would say. Does it matter for you? If you're accessing and taking your models and so on from Hugging Face, or if there is a European branch that you know it is made in Europe. Paolo.
What do you mean everywhere?
What, sorry?
Why? What do you mean everywhere?
I mean, Hugging Face is global. And do we need to do think for you it's valuable if we invest in creating European branch of it, like Stefan is suggesting?
Okay, of course.
Why? What is the difference for you as a SME, as a user for that?
In the last 3 conferences I've been in 10 days, not this one, I saw the same slide, a stupid slide, with trash in, trash out. It was on trash, but you can imagine. Okay. And that is stupid because it's saying that the main point of data is the quality. Okay, of course, the quality of the data is a crucial point, but it's not the main point. The main point, if we can trust the data, if we have the proper metadata, if we know where it comes from, when it's updated, what is accuracy, how is related with other data, who can access it, and so on. Okay, and who owns the data? And now we are in a strange situation as a user. Of course, if I say I train an LLM, okay, I cannot train it from scratch. I need a huge amount of money and GPU hours, so I'm fine-tuning an LLMs. I'm moving just a fraction of the ways, okay. I'm moving a fraction of the weights, starting from weights that are representing what data? I don't know. I don't know. There are very few open models where I know where the data come from. And that's only talking about generative AI, but it's the same in every other fields of AI. There's not only generative AI. There's a long effort, I can mention data spaces in Europe, okay, to construct a trustable base of data. And also, I add, we need a literacy how to treat the data, because we come from a recent era when the big consulting companies said, put all your data together in a data lake, data warehouse, data lake house, and so on, and you get information. And now we have a mess inside with data lake house, and so we have also lost the critical capacity to understand that data as a lifetime, as is proper life that is independent from that of the model. And so we need European data, we need European data we can trust, we need European data that are sure, that are compatible with our regulatory framework.
Yep.
And otherwise, I work, but I don't know what I'm really doing.
Yeah. So it's clear data liability and data accordance with regulation, agreements with regulation are very important for you and the source. I would like to, I saw some hands already showing me questions. Let's open a little bit questions to audience and then continue for the next topic. So if we can get some light for audience. Here is the question on the first row. Elena?
Ina Laut, Perton HPC AI Resilience Center, Bratislava. Regarding data, we have a lot of data indeed as users, but using AI and moving towards AI, I'm coming from AI community. I bring a lot of data to the AI community and then they're telling me, oh God, the problem that we have is not AI related, so we cannot build the real AI model. So learning more to formulate the problems around data, not only about data distilling, data preparation, data quality, but towards learning to formulate the right problems with AI. This is also very crucial.
Thank you for that input. What would our panel say about it?
We just need to agree. It's not because you have a vast amount of data that you can automatically, like that, train your model. So he was perfectly right. You need to take care about the quality of the data, but also the level of openness, the metadata, the trustability in general, all the compliance. I don't know if you see recently, but Anthropic paid, I don't know how many $1 billion of fine because they used some non-authorized data. And imagine all the people who take Claude and then did some fine-tuning with Claude. What are the consequences for these people now? So you're perfectly right. I fully agree. And for you, yes, we need to expose more data scientists having the skill to transform a data lake into a model. And this is a quite scarce resource. We need to fight for and to develop it. But it's true, yes. It's not only by magic that you come from a data lake to a model.
Exactly. So yet another expertise we need to develop. Any further questions from audience? Yes, please.
Yeah, Eske from Dyke. I have first one comment. Hugging Face is an American-based company, and all the servers are placed in the US, so it's not really a place to keep our digital sovereignty. But the other question is, how do you envision that we should solve the data transfer problem of actually moving all the data to the different AI factories? As we have now, we don't have a common way of doing that for all the AI factories. So each user have to apply different rules for different AI factories. How do you envision going forward, and how do you want to collaborate between all the AI factories to solve this?
Okay, you want to answer? Yes, please.
Well, I don't think it's like a very easy problem to solve. So, I mean, the internet is limited in terms of how fast you can move data around. So I do think that we should also look at the possibility of like not moving the data but the training. So having approaches towards like a federated learning where we can train models on a sort of like a close to the master data where especially when talking about very big data sets. So I don't think it's makes sense of like having 13 copies of some very big data set, but we just need to build an infrastructure where we can move the training rather than the data sets themselves.
And if you allow me to add, as you know, EuroHPC will be implementing federation as Vangelis this morning presented. And within federation, there is also a part that will be taking care of homogeneous interconnect between AI factories that will also enable a similar environment for data transfer and data move. And this is also considering the AI data for training. But more about that will be presented by the colleagues that are implementing federation, and more details will be given. Yes.
I think there is also an opportunity because we're not obliged to wait the gigafactory for having large capacities. So there is a lot of new frameworks on distributed learning or distributed inference coming now. So we could imagine to federate the biggest supercomputers we have with the hyperconnectivity evolution said by Vangelis this morning to evaluate the possibility to this kind of federated learning at scale. Okay, it's not going to answer to all the problems, but collectively we have 40,000 GPUs available. We could federate for large and hero simulation. We need to investigate that, and the federation platform could allow us to do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Dora Martin. I'm a program officer at the Joint Undertaking, EuroHPC Joint Undertaking. And my question is to Pekka in relation to your statement regarding the importance of measuring the added value of the AI factory. My question is, as a program officer, do you have a suggestion, or what is your suggestion how to measure that, the added value? Thank you.
Thank you.
So just so that we don't look at too well, of course we can look at technical KPIs too, but sort of like having quite holistic approach for this kind of return of investment or even social return of investment. So there are obviously methodologies and frameworks to do that, but it's like a much more complex and a heavy-duty thing to assess that one. So, but this kind of like simplistic figures that we should be more looking at are kind of a number of public-private partnerships, how well we have able to catalyze the universities and enterprises. We need to interview the companies on the kind of how they feel the work on the EuroHPC platforms have increased their revenues or like accelerated their R&D capabilities. So basically the point was that we should not look at node availabilities or this kind of like a simplistic technical figures, but we as an AI factory should be evaluated on this kind of much more political or like a high level. And that collecting that metric is of course something that which needs more work, but we just perhaps need to invest on consultancy companies to do that, this kind of social return of investment studies out of it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Thanks, Ilya Roche, working for the European Commission, training LLMs. Just a brief comment, actually, not really a question, but don't sleep on the common European data spaces either, because it's envisioned to be a single market for data, and it could be also quite useful maybe to link those data spaces to the AI factory or other HPC clusters. So this could also simplify maybe the usage of European data trustworthy and a safe way. Thanks.
Thank you. It is exactly the topic we will be discussing next. Yes, please, we start.
So coming back, let's say, to this overall data discussion, obviously, let's say, data spaces are part of the missions of the AI factories, to be honest. We're looking at this. I think for me, it's just, as I've heard a lot of things, now shall we, let's say, invest into an own Hugging Face or whatever we call it like, or etc. I think we have to be very careful here in terms of that we have a clear strategy. And the strategy, again, should be demand-driven, but also priority-driven. So it doesn't help us if you say we do a call for a Hugging Face and then within half a year the grant agreement is there and then we start working and we say to users we could have used something, but unfortunately it's not yet ready. So we have to, what I call the low-hanging fruits, we have to see what's out there, and we have to live probably with the disaster that it's currently not as sovereign as we would like to have it, but we need then exactly to identify, and this can happen in the exchange of the AI factories and the users, again, to really understand what are really the burning topics where we have to invest and where we should, let's say, put a focus on, whilst at the same time we have to be able to complete our missions as well, and I think this is the important part. So neither yes nor nor, but I think it's important really to have this clear viewpoint and then probably to exchange stepwise the things with sovereign.
Stefan first. Yes.
Yes, if you ask me one priority, I'm not going to say Hugging Face. I will say one single marketplace in Europe. Sorry to say that to the European Commission. We have plenty of marketplace. The users are lost. If you go to Amazon, you have one marketplace. So then they need to clean the situation and to have only one marketplace connected to all the AI factories to the gigafactories in the future, whatever, but we need to make the life for the user easy to understand. This is, for me, one of the priorities.
So, just to add to this, that there are so many initiatives in Europe, like EOSC and others, and we need to think about of which of all these digitalization parts have been just like a poor man's copy of something on the commercial market, and which one has actually bring value. I think the data spaces are something that is going to be an integral part of this one, but really for the technical solutions, instead of just implementing something that looks like a commercial product, I don't know how is that those are probably not the best return of investment, I would say.
Thank you. Bastian, you wanted to say something?
I would like to say one of the big challenges we have is also how to connect heterogeneous data space together, because sometimes we would like to ingest data from here, data from here, data from here, and every time it's a different protocol, so it's a mess. So that's why Simple could play a big role to try to simplify and to homogenize the access to data spaces. So we have a big challenge. We have a lot of data sources, but it's quite heterogeneous, so it's a challenge here.
And you need to curate this data as well, on top of that. Bastian? Okay. Further questions from audience? No? Then let's continue on data. So we touched a little bit on data now. Data spaces, data lakes, and now data labs. Please incorporate how you are going to do that in what are your thoughts in this direction? So what kind of data labs do you imagine for our AI factories to be engaged with?
We're not imagining. They are currently discussed by the European Commission, so it's not a question of imagination. It's a question of following what is important for the European Commission. So they decide to put health, they decide to put humanities, they decide to put manufacturing, etc., etc. So the goal of data labs is to put at scale all the different verticals we are sharing, and to develop a common data environment that allowing us to expose data, as you said, with all the principles in order to give access rapidly to the users. So for the moment, it's a concept. There is no call, etc. So it's currently cooked by the European Commission and the different stakeholders. But it's true that, yes, if you compare all different verticals, we have a lot of commonalities. So instead of reinventing the wheel in each AI factory, we could be smarter and agile and do it at scale at the European level.
Okay. So if we say, please.
Yeah, I think, well...
No, go ahead. No.
So, well, I have ideas what kind of a data labs they will be, but like I said, so let's see what they are the expectations. But the important point is that we really get this now. It's not a point like activity for the AI factories, but we really align it with other initiatives of the data spaces and the European Open Science Cloud. But there is, I think we are already ahead of the rest of the world, and there why Europe is going to win the AI race at the end of the day. So we are good with data, and it is something that we going to be the trailblazers. And I have a strong belief that we are going to get it right.
Okay, thank you. So Bastian, if you would list 5 most important attributes of the data lab, what would this be?
So data accessibility, security, reliability. I think it should be in a way that you can let's say then you can define the license, or let's say the availability of the data as well in terms of, let's say, to certain user groups. So it should have a protected environment, for instance, for industry that they can exchange, but they can define to whom they exchange. The 5th one, a good question, it should be quick or well connected in that way. I don't think that all the data labs, again, should host data themselves, because it's, to be honest, also too expensive, but really to have the interaction with the data spaces, with the other initiatives, to really give the best possible, let's say, experience for the users.
Stefan?
Yeah, and I think coming back to what he said, it's interesting to see that, okay, if you consider that most of the data coming from internet has been crawled, there is a wall in 2028, etc. So we need to find the data elsewhere. So you can use synthetic data, but you will introduce some biases, or you need to find data elsewhere. And what is elsewhere? It's in science and industry. And this, we have a chance in Europe because we have a lot of industries generating data, and they are using only 10% of this data. And we have a lot of scientific instruments. Europe is one of the biggest producers of data in the world in terms of scientific data. So we need to act rapidly, otherwise we'll see the others taking the pie for us.
So basically, you're coming back again to the point of knowledge transfer we discussed from academia to industry. So academical tools can be applied to industrial data to subtract the most important viable data. And Pekka, you wanted to comment? No? Not
If I remember anymore, but so I wanted to sort of touch upon the our given example of the datasets as service. I don't know if it's kind of like answer here, but what we are envisioning for a Lumi AI factory, so starting on top of the current Lumi and obviously scaling to the upcoming system is a platform where we actively bring in valuable data sets to the system for users to be access them with all the good data management practices. But in addition, that the platform also is a platform for the users to open up and share their data sets either to the entire world or just with the giving or with an access control, so they can sell the sets, they can give them their collaborators or whatever, but there's the kind of like idea that we are not having this kind of like a HPC style of data where everybody transfers their data and transfers them out from the system, but it's the entire system has this like a big catalog of the this kind of gold standard data sets, but also the sort of as a novel concept is that where everybody can make their data set as a service.
Okay, thank you. Then let's switch topic a little bit. We have little time left and go to another interesting topic, which is the software and software licenses. So AI software stack licenses. So what are your thoughts about it? Is this moving in the right direction? Is there anything to improve in the European AI software environment? Are we limited with all the licenses that are being provided, or? Yeah, please.
We are trying to find what are the European components in the AI software stack. It's difficult. The ones you can use in a business activity in the daily life. I have perhaps one name, scikit-learn, but it's difficult to find European components. Of course, we are doing a lot of things in Europe, but the problem is how to make industrialize them, and make support on that. So again, coming back to the European Commission, yes, there is a need to accelerate the industrialization of this component because they're not bad. They're not at the TRL level, could be used by industry. After that, yes, it could be good to develop an open source vision. Otherwise, we are going to be kept by the green elephant we cannot name. So it's nice, but you are fully kept in a closed ecosystem. So moving to an open source ecosystem is a chance we need to take, definitely. So, and I think this is the DNA of the AI Factory, is I hope to promote open source and to develop the development of tools on open source platforms. Yeah.
So you are saying we need to have a coordinated action towards open source software platform. How would you foster that within AI factories? Where are the starting points? Yes, please.
Yeah, I would very much agree that instead of trying to make something that is a common European AI software stack and somehow close it, I don't know what's actually would be the Europeanness there, but to sort of see the toolchain matches the needs, we prefer or use exclusively open source components, invest as the AI factories do have a lot of software engineering. I would expect at least for, I think, out of our 45 people, 10 are just software engineers. So we invest in software development and just put these tools together. But the openness and the open source is really much a key here.
Yes, please.
So, as we are in the middle of the procurement, obviously, I cannot say much, but obviously we look for an open source, let's say, as much as it makes sense. And this is the thing, again, and I agree to what Stefan said, if I have the industry doing production on this, I cannot afford to having something which is not heavily supported in terms of security patches, updates, etc. So it's like, it's nice to work, let's say, together with people, but then I should not do, let's say, the industrial production on such a system, because it might, let's say, harm me better than it is. And we have an unfortunate position that obviously the green, what did you call it? The Green Hornet? I know you answer. The Hornet is probably better. So that they obviously they can put in the prices as they want for the software and the licenses, etc., and the whole thing. So yes, we should try to work on something. But if we do something like this on a European level, we have also to think already before we start. How is this maintained afterwards? How is this sustainable? How is it ensured that you get, let's say, the same quality of service afterwards that you would get from a, let's say, commercial provider there? And this is the tricky part of that, because the development of something is, let's say, on a first phase, easy. The hard part is if people then commit to use that, and you have issues, again, on that you need to support as quick as possible, people need to be held reliable, etc. And this is a big challenge.
Okay, yes, please, Paolo.
As a final user, for my company, because I work for the software product of my company and of external clients, because I have both roles. No? I work inside for the software products of my company and for develop software and data analysis software for external clients. I perfectly agree. Free software, as they say in the US, is not free as in beer. Okay. I hope in Copenhagen beer is free, I don't know. When you get free software, you get also all the security concert, all the maintenance, and so on that you have to guarantee to your client, or you are in the business of Red Hat, that is a big company only with free software. On the other side, it's trivial to say that right now, most, not all, but most of the innovation are running on free software. Because free software is a good playground to build something all together, to add patches and so on. So I don't. Of course, I don't do your work. So I'm not an administrator or a cluster. So I have a point of view that is completely different. But I agree in that point. Free software is not free, as in beer. Free software right now, it's trivial to say, is the way innovation is running almost everywhere. There's a second step, and we talked just a few minutes ago, a data analysis system where the software is free, but the training data are not free, is not free. That is a definition of the open source initiative, and it's the turning point.
Okay, thank you, Pekka.
I heard beer and then lost my focus. But yes, so obviously about the open source software is not about the price, so we can afford software licenses. It's really about the explainability and the security of the software. So that's the main thing, and of course how we can like sort of like work together over an open source.
I just wanted to say that the problem we have with AI, we have the same problem in HPC since decades. So the Center of Excellence are doing a great job, but how many software from the COE are used by industry at the end? How many tools are used really by users at the end for production? So it's, again, we are repeating the same problem. So we are doing 90% of the work, and the last 10% are not seriously taken into account. And if we want to have European software, we need to invest in industrialization and user support, long-term user support. It's critical, otherwise we are going to stay as the spectator seat, watching the train, and we need to be more active. It's funny because with DeepSeek, people realize that open source could play a role in AI. I know, but we are doing open source since a decade in Europe, so yes, we need to play on that. It's a strength, but we need to put the means.
So we need to establish center of excellences per industrial sector that produce open source software that gets into industrialization.
I remember some of the people in the room, we discuss a lot when we make the CU proposal to have a transversal one, because it's useless to repeat again the same service everywhere, to have a transversal one of people able to do that. Because it's a real job. Very often people are not valorized because they're not publishing papers, but they are doing this dirty job to industrialize, to make user support. And we need to recognize that and to put the means again.
And actually, that's a good point maybe for the AI factories to take a role there, to work in that direction, support COAs in that way. Do you think there is something that the AI factory can have an influence in this chain of industrialization of software?
At least we could promote.
Yeah.
Which is a minimum.
Yeah.
We could put at scale, because very often people are developing some tools in France, and it's small companies or small teams that don't have the means to be exposed in Germany, in Poland, or in Finland. So we could foster that, foster the adoption. With the Federation platform, we'll make this software available like that for everyone. So this helps a lot. After that, we are still, it's not the role of AI Factory to industrialize software. This needs to be done elsewhere.
Thank you. We have only a few minutes left. I would like again to open the questions for audience, if we can get some light on the audience, if there are any questions, because I don't see any hands. Do we have further questions?
They are waiting the beer.
Yeah, there is one.
Hello, I'm Meg Sharikadze from Leibniz Supercomputing Center. I like very much that AI factories are established and working. My question is, as I know, factories are for 3 years in the project runtime. So what about sustainability, and how can you guarantee that support will run beyond this project runtime? Thanks.
We got Lilith here.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the questions for me. Although, you should think about sustainability. But, but yes, this is an initiative that we started, and I'm sure that there are already thoughts within my colleagues in European Commission around the sustainability. I won't be able to give any concrete solution or comments, but this is already being considered by Commission, by JU, by everyone. But on the other hand, there is a question of sustainability. You are going to serve industry. What are your thoughts also? I mean, it's always good to get financing from Commission, but maybe there is room for further investments.
So let's say the funny thing is that we don't have one governance structure, we have two governance structures. So this is a perfect playground for us. But let's say from experience, as I said, we're running systems already for the industry, and what you can generate a certain income, or let's say it depends what they are doing. If they're doing, let's say, research-based things, publishing things, etc., of course they can use it. We have still to look for state aid stuff, etc. But let's say if they pay for it, we should be able to simply to reinvest this into the system. So the systems can grow, they can be, let's say, partially renewed, etc. And by that, the offer is getting better here. So will we be able to put in, let's say, to make a complete system sustainable in terms of, let's say, like 5 years of work, and we can. Depends on the size of the system. I think, let's say, for you, if you don't pay, let's say, sell 100% of the system, there will be hard to have, let's say, the same amount of money. You can, let's say, replace smaller bits, but we have to think about what we do here. We should also probably think about, let's say, making services on a pay-per-use base. And by that, then we have to evolve, let's say, some sort of a business model behind that. This will not work within the first 1, 2, 3 years, something like this, but over the time we should do some, let's say, also for us, the exercise, and this is already what usually the scientific staff hates at HLS, me asking them for, but really make your mind, what would be the value of the services that you provided, and would somebody be, let's say, interested in paying that money, or are they now using it because it's like the fully fledged no-cost scenario, but let's say in reality, if they would have to pay for this, they would only ask for a subset of these services, and this is the play field that we have to do.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just minding that there's no credible business model in the entire artificial intelligence. So at the moment, nobody can make actually sense how the money and how the basic business works in the entire industry. But well, sustainability without commission funding means charging, but then again, I do think that the set of services the AI factories are providing are something that provided that some of the companies find a credible and sustainable business model for AI, will be able to pay for the services. So I do think that there's a potential of making the AI factory services, especially the service part, sustainable, financially sustainable.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, there is also another way, I fully agree with you, there is also another way we are experimenting in France. So I told you about the sovereign approach, public and private. If we talk about funding FTE, we could imagine to have a kind of virtuous cycle with the cloud providers, because we are creating the business, we are enabling the users, then the users are going to make profit on commercial platform. We could imagine to have a small percentage of this income going back to us and funding these experts which have been able to open the market. So this kind of virtuous cycle need to be really discussed with the cloud providers, because if they want to compete with the others, they need us. So this could be also a way to fund people. Okay, we are not going to fund Lumi 3 or Amaria 4, but we could fund the FT with that.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to add to my answer as well that all our AI factories are, as Anders said in the beginning of this event, are co-financed by your national financing bodies. So if your country's national financing bodies willing to continue this initiative, then it's a partnership between Commission, GU, and your national, the member states, which are representing our governing board.
May I add something? This morning you heard about the Gigafactory. So of course, the sketch is not fully done, but the Gigafactory, it's said by Vangelis, it's a private-led initiative. It's mainly for commercial activities. Let's talk about that. It will be a mistake if we stop the service activity, join with the Gigafactory, and we leave only GPU in the wild. So I hope that this will be acknowledged by the countries and by the European Commission to not make one deal with the current set of AI factory, but to have a long-term activity with sustainability. But it will be a disaster if we stop the effort now.
Thank you.
Here.
Okay. So we have now reached almost the end of our panel. I just want to summarize that our AI factories, on top of all the hardware that is going to come online, will be providing expertise and in different areas, in different disciplines, will be providing data, curated, reliable data, and the activities are ongoing in this direction. There are a lot of thoughts around the software and open software stack, AI open software stack, European AI software stack. There are thoughts also having a repository like the Hugging Face, but the European one to be reliable, and for you users knowing where this data comes from, what are the sources, if they are reliable or not. But now, after you hear all our 3 factories, Paolo, can you conclude this panel with your dream scenario of an AI factory? What you as a user would like to see?
The first call, I can participate as me? No. We have a challenging scenario. Just a couple of years ago, it seems that Europe was somewhere behind the United States in the field of AI. In few months, we are closing the gap. Maybe we are not the big player for an SME, but the value is transferred from the brute force of the algorithm to the capacity to generate value. And the capacity to generate value is not the brute force of the algorithm. It's the capacity to make a network of expertise and to assess it. And that are the AI factories.
Thank you very much. And with these words, I would like to thank the members of our panel. Please give an applause to our panel. At least it was very informative and interesting. Thank you for all your viewpoints, and I wish you a lot of success, AI factories, and we invite our users to our AI factories. Please go ahead and use our services and hardware. And with this, I would like to conclude the panel and a couple of more logistic information for you. The drinks and the snacks are served outside of this room, so please join us for the mingle. And then for tomorrow, we meet again 9 o'clock sharp in this room to continue this event. Thank you very much.